Caution is out here at Richmond Raceway for the first time, where Matt Mills went hard into the outside turn 3 wall. He brings it down pit road.
I've been watching Matt. He really had a pretty solid truck. Right front, yeah, without a doubt. Either broke something or cut down the right front, Michael. You're exactly right.
I think he had a flat right front.
Yeah.
Took him into the outside wall. Solid run here a year ago, too. Top 5 for Mills, so this is disappointing.
He was running right there with Connor Hall, and Connor Hall is in the 15th spot right there, so Matt was doing a nice job.
Now what do you do, Phil? I said we were going to. You know how difficult it is to enter a corner like that and just survive. He prospered by doing so.
Crafton's going
around. Caution comes out for the 3rd time tonight. Does he touches the wall right at the end?
Well, we have the same scenario, Phil.
Yeah.
Late caution in this stage. I think they all pit again.
By the time we get the field collected, it'll be about 10.
That'll mess this truck up too badly. Looks like he just tried to dive in the corner, maybe got loose on entry. Is that what you see, Phil?
That's what it looks like. Trying to get inside of Honeycutt, I think. And
Joey keeps his truck away from Honeycutt.
Yeah, Honeycutt gave him room. He had room down on the bottom. He probably had been working him for a number of laps and thought he had a good shot at maybe getting.
All right, Christian Eckes on the inside. Grant Enfinger on the outside lane. Riggs just heard from his crew chief right there in the 38 truck with a big push to Grant Enfinger. They're fanning out. Is that the 11 of Corey Heim trying to make it 3 wide?
Ooh, there wasn't quite enough room. There was a little bit of contact between he and the 43 of Daniel Dye.
Man, Daniel took a chance there by squeezing down on Corey that hard, but both of them got away with it, and Corey wound up with a spot.
Oh, they're wrecking behind him. Dean Thompson, the 5 truck, goes around. Collects the 46, Thad Moffitt, the 88 of Matt Crafton involved. Is that Keith McGee?
Thad Moffitt needs to get off the road. He's losing a lot of fluid there.
Oil pressure and had to stop. What? Watch the 25 truck. Right side of your screen, that white truck.
Way down low is Ty Dillon, and he gets hit by Chase Purdy, and that knocks him into the back of Dean Thompson, and around Dean goes.
Well, I don't know how some of these drivers missed that. Stefan did a really nice job in that 75 truck to avoid that.
Matt Crafton sneaks through as well. Watch this mess back there.
Oh, right in front of those guys.
See the 45 truck right there just gets through. I don't think he got a scratch on him. Caden Honeycutt.
Matt Crafton did a great job. He actually stopped. This is from Tanner Gray's onboard.
Low. Turn down.
Great job by the spotter. Low. Turn down. That's exactly what Tanner did, and he missed it.
Got back on the lead lap. Now he misses this big crash. He's got to be feeling refreshed here late in the going. See Jake Garcia cuts hard low as well.
Ruth with a really solid season. 8 top 10s. By the way, this is his home track. Grew up in Washington, D.C., not too far up the road. And the caution is out. Once again, Lawless Allen with trouble, but he gets it rolling.
Break for Stephen Parsons. I mentioned earlier he was running.
Pit road penalty earlier. There's a replay of the most recent incident. There's a 33. Lawless Allen just misses the 88.
He had the back tires fired up, trying to keep it pointed in the right direction. Did a nice job of keeping it out of that inside wall.
We're under caution.
Oh,
Stefan and the 45 of Honeycutt get together. Don't know if maybe they got down on the corner side by side, and
they were racing for the 16th position, I think.
Lane Riggs, best career finish earlier this year.
These guys are fighting these trucks.
And they're wrecking. Connor Zilic goes around. 9th caution of the night.
He was running in the 18th position.
A lot of damage to that 7 truck.
Yeah.
He was in the same situation, Michael. Remember, we talked about it. He didn't have as fresh tires as the majority of the field. See if we can take a look at what happened. Where you see right there, they're already making contact. That's the 32 of Brett Holmes on the inside, and Connor Zilic on the outside. But they were already together, and Zilic was dead sideways.
I think that was loose end for Holmes, and that's just what slid him up into Zilic, and around he went.
Here's another view of it. Was there a little contact maybe from the 77? Possible, just a nudge from,
Maybe a nudge, it
from
looked
the
like.
77?
So loose end is right.
Loose, with help?
With help.
Loose
an
end with
assist.
help?
That's a lot of damage to that 7th foot.
Just bombing shallow. Half off. Yellow's out. Going outside wall and 2 inside.
We're gonna have a restart inside a 10 line.
Wide.
Sees the white flag right there. They're still beating and banging off each other back there for 3rd.
Jeske wanted to see that white flag. He's looking at his mirror and thinking all those craziness going on. No more cautions, please, as Joe Shear said.
Ty Majeski just dominated this race a year ago. Saw the win in sight only to lose it. As he makes his way around this racetrack, checker flag in the air. Ty Majeski makes it 2 in a row and wins the season finale.
Hell of a job, buddy. Hell of a job.
With the 20, though, we saw him get into the 43 as he was leaving his pit box. We're embedded with the 18.
Remember the 20, without their crew chief, that's normally his job. Damage on the front of the 20 of Christopher Bell. Contact leaving the pits. Remember, Adam Stevens at home, Chris Sherwood, the car chief, making the call. Let's listen into the radio.
Outside, one outside. Go, whoa. Adjust. You're good.
Johnny Morris has been a part of RCR for a really long time as a sponsor and a friend. Under 2 laps to go. Whoa! And the caution's going to come out right there with under 2 laps remaining. It happened right in front of him. They've got a set of the option tires. One involved. Take a look at what happens.
The 47 clearly to the inside of the 41. The 41 comes down like the 47's not there. Contact between the two. Well, the 47, though, didn't really go all the way to the bottom. Not sure exactly, but they ran out of real estate.
RC's reaction. He's on the radio right for time. Presented by Credit One Bank. Back up through the gears they go, and it doesn't look like a great restart for Dillon. Logano on the outside. They fan out. They're 4 wide entering turn 1. Logano with a great restart. Logano clears him down the backstretch. Can Dillon fight back? He's had a great car all weekend long. One more time around for Logano. The white flag's in the air.
If Dillon gets to him, there will be contact.
He can't do it in 1 and 2. Logano looks back. He has a car length now. Joey Logano through 3 and 4 for the final time. There's the contact. He does get to him. The 11 on the inside. He gets into the wall. Dillon's going to win it at the line.
Pop's proud of you, buddy. Man, I am so proud of you, dude.
Oh, I felt like with 2 to go, we were the fastest car. Obviously had to have a straightaway, and Ricky wrecked the guy. I hate to do that, but sometimes you just got to have it. And I got to thank the good Lord above. It's been tough over the last 2 years, man, and I care about RCR and these fans, my wife, and this is my first for my baby girl. It means a lot. It's I hate it, but I had to do it.
You can see the emotion for you and what this means to you and RCR. What did you say to yourself going down the backstretch? What were you willing to do to put it in the playoffs?
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
What is it with you and walk-off wins? You did it at Daytona a few years ago. You do it here with 4 races left in the regular season.
Taylor Gray on his own running 7th was right down by the apron And around he went, bringing out the caution for the first time here at Michigan.
He sees underneath 2 cars. Everything looks fine, and then right there, back of the car just comes around on him, Steve. We talked about the balance between downforce, driving the car in the ground, but that robs speed. Downforce makes it drive better. Take it off, it goes faster, but this is the result.
Yeah, 15 laps on tires, you're starting to lose some mechanical grip. That way, when that arrow, that crutch, that side force you're leaning on like a cane goes away, the back of the car slides around.
Fortunately, no contact. Fortunately, you know, nobody hit him. He didn't hit anything. Hurt his pride a little bit. Stop, get 4 tires, go again.
So it's interesting time for a yellow because track position is going to be a huge point in this race, and math would say that, oh, I don't know. I think one stop's really aggressive. I think you'd be really, really, really close on fuel on both runs. So teams wouldn't want to these cars. You can settle the stage amongst yourselves.
And Steve, with them staying out when that caution came out, you also would not expect. And the 18 of Creed, the leader. Around he goes.
Lock it down, lock it down, lock it down. Get her straight here. Get her. They come down pit road on speed.
That was a situation. Riley Herbst got to his left rear quarter panel. He had good pace getting into turn 3. Watch him gain getting into turn 3. Now the 18's up the racetrack a little bit, and now he's pulling the air off the back of the car. That's the second Joe Gibbs Toyota we have seen spin out with no contact. That tells us they qualified fast. There's your pole sitter. He has low downforce in that car. The minute that Riley Herbst put his front bumper at his rear bumper, around he went, all the downforce left the car.
And now with low downforce and no track position, it's an uphill battle for the 18. So when they pit and change tires, they might want to make some adjustments, knowing they're going to have to work through traffic. Luckily, no real damage to the 18, no contact.
Yeah, no contact here. That's just, he just pulled the air right off his spoiler, and obviously the 18, he was having trouble with his car anyway. He was getting up the racetrack, Creed was.
Sideways he goes. He slides onto pit road.
Off of turn 2. He gets so slow.
Yeah, the 98 just going to pop out of line and kind of easily go by the 30.
Oh, contact made into the wall hard. Did not clear Sieg and got into the wall with the right front. The 9 of Brandon Jones is sideways. Oh, and a little contact there as well. The 1 of Sam Mayer caught up in this. The 98 was trying to get back up the Herbst. Take another look.
Sieg had been having trouble off turn 2. He did again. Herbst got a big run. Tries to get back in front of him and just completely misjudges it.
Yeah, just simply not clear. Wants to come up, try to open that entry into turn 3.
He has so much momentum here. He thinks he's clear. He's trying to cover that outside, and the 39 had to lift. The 9 got into him.
To your point, Jeff, I think that he's passing the 39 with such pace that he thinks he's going to easily go by him. And at the same time, the 9 kind of gets to the 39's bumper and surges the 39 forward, which changes the pace of overtaking. It's kind of like passing someone at the interstate, not checking your blind spot. That person's decided to speed up. You're changing lanes. They're still on your bumper. Man.
And Brandon Jones, once again, sitting there minding his own business. And another wreck he had nothing to do with.
And then late, you mentioned the 00. He comes into the picture as well, trying to find the 1. So there's the 9 spinning. All right, there's the 1. He gets in the grass, then into the 9, and then still sliding, still sliding. Oh, man, so frustrated for the 00 to be so late into the accident.
Good sign here.
He's going to need every one of them.
A.J. Allmendinger in the 16 in front of them, and they go spinning behind them. The 10 involved in it. So Daniel Dye. There's the 10 of Daniel Dye sliding down the racetrack now.
Lawless
the 15,
Allen.
yep, Lawless Allen.
There's the 15, 3 wide on the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Lewis chases it up, catches the 27 and the 10. Jeb kind of gets it going. No, he ends up spinning around in the grass. The 10, Daniel Dye, doing nothing wrong. 3 wide top. 15 just gets loose. Bad air situation. You see him chasing the back and then goes up the hill.
Sees part for the 97 and the 44 to get through.
Yeah, racing for about 16th position there.
And Jeff, you know, you talk about this a lot over the last 10 years of covering this series. I think we've had to learn that, you know, this is not the Cup Series. It's Xfinity Series. It's a feeder series. We see a lot of Cup stars come down and run this series, but it's for the younger drivers to learn. And when you see that mistake right there of Lawless Allen in the 15, where else do you get to experience this, right? 2 Mile, Michigan, not a lot of testing. That's not going to be learned in the simulator. You have to come out and get in these positions to fill that memory bank of experience. And it was just, you know, 15 coming around a little bit.
Watch this ride along with Jeffrey Earnhardt. See what he's got to deal with. Did a good job. Yeah, Lawless, his most of...
Well, and in front of the 7, a bunch of traffic, to be quite honest. I mean, we don't think about traffic in a situation like this, but
Caution's
if it's
out.
Oh.
In the wall, 2.
Car in the wall in turn 2.
Oh, wow.
91 hard, Kyle Weatherman. And Kyle's trying to climb out of that car quickly.
We blew a right front and hit a freaking ton, Mario.
Really good to see Kyle get out. You see the heavy damage. We heard the spotter talk about a right front tire going down.
You see right here, the 91 toward the bottom, and there it is.
Oh,
Tad Boyd, the spotter, was right. That was a huge hit.
it's for a car that had issues today. He's 22 laps behind, back in 30 seconds. So.
Stacked up the first 4 rows. And a very even restart. Now jumping out of line. The 18, but he jumps back in line.
That destroyed the energy on the outside.
But here comes the 7. Allgaier trying to get by the 8. He stays high and he'll clear him down the backstretch. The 18 stays back there. He's getting a shove from the 20 of Nemechek. Those 3 are going to try to surge ahead. Here comes the 30 on the inside. He'll start to fall back. A big gap now between Allgaier and the rest of the field. White flag one more time around from Michigan. Has Allgaier gotten too far out in front? Creed to the bottom of the racetrack. He still has a little bit of help with Nemechek. Down the backstretch, the field. 2 by 2 for 5th and a big wreck. The 88 gets caught up in Carson Kvapil. The caution comes out. That will end the race. Upside down and over. Goes to 28. So Kyle Sieg back on his wheels. And Allgaier will win in Michigan. The winter net is down for Kyle Sieg as you see him taking the steering wheel off and about to climb out. That would have been an interesting battle through 3 and 4. But let's take another look at why this caution came out.
Yeah, 3 wide down the back straightaway. Like somebody got in the right rear of Kvapil, and that just piled everybody up. Sieg upside down into the wall.
Wow, and a long slide all the way down to the grass and then flipped back over. Fortunately ends up on its wheels. I couldn't tell what started it, some back and forth, but the result, the 28 upside down, NASCAR making the absolute correct decision, instantly putting the yellow out. Such a severe accident, you got to get safety workers out right away to these drivers. I think if the cars kind of would have stayed going, we could have seen that race back to the line, Rick. But as soon as any sort of impact, I think the 88 impact in the outside wall was really enough to throw the yellow, but either way, that was it. Finish of the race. There we go. So it seems like it's hard to tell, but 45 gets into the right rear of the 88, gets the car spinning.
That's a scary wreck to see.
Over 3,000-pound cars flying through the air is never a good sight.
Well, there it starts right there, and then just the speed that Kyle was running when he turned around, and the 81 of Chandler Smith kind of pushing him at the same time, gets the car launched.
And that's kind of what happens. These cars are designed.
The draft here in Michigan, it's closed the gap now with the 5. He was able to gain some racetrack position as the 11 and the 23 continue to fight for the lead, and the 11 goes around. The 11 slid into the wall and then into the grass he goes. Caution comes out.
Now, that's the other side of that wake we've been talking about, Steve. As he got close to him, he lost the downforce and around he went. Works straight down the straightaway, works against you in the corners. And slides up behind, and as soon as he does, he loses downforce and around it goes.
Didn't look like he actually tagged the wall. He tried to keep it off of it.
Right there, he's in trouble. Saw the fire come out of the exhaust pipe? That's him lifting off of the throttle.
Yeah, when you get right behind that 23 but still have wheel in it, the air shuts off to the diffuser underneath the back of the car. Instant aero shift. Downforce comes off the back, sometimes even adds to the front, makes the car turn. Around he went. We'll have to see what kind of damage. You know, the grass is obviously wet from the rain. Looked like it took a couple bounces. You know, the old car with the splitter, it would dig in. This one obviously doesn't dig in. I'm kind of looking at the body seams and panels. Does a nice job. Right here is the big bounce. The left front.
And remember Joey Logano, when we were talking to him in the pre-race or during the rain delay, he said this car, everything feels great, and when it gets loose quickly. It goes around quick, and that's what you just saw right there. Denny thought he was fine until he wasn't, but the car didn't talk to him. It didn't say, I'm getting loose. It immediately got loose. It didn't.
Caution is back out at Michigan, and this time it was from 3 different issues. So tire issues for, we saw Gilliland, the 22 of Logano, and then also Allmendinger.
Yeah, it was crazy because it all happened along with him.
Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, incredible job saving that race car. Where that tire started to have its issue, he was still in the corner. Really good job. It's a good thing it didn't happen 2 seconds before, because he wouldn't have been able to. Then the 16, that thing blows on the straight.
Yep.
All the tires went down after he was sliding it.
So remember the concept of lower air pressure. So at short tracks, we have different conversations, right? You get the tires really close to flat because they grip better as you run. At these higher speed racetracks, the travel of the hips, trying to find some points. He's that black car at the top of 3 wide.
Big shove there coming from the 3 of Austin Dillon to Ty Gibbs. Pushes him out and trying to close the gap on Chastain and Busch, who rocketed on this restart. Oh, and around goes to 5.
Big
Kyle Larson involved in this one, as well as the 14 of Briscoe. Multiple cars. You see Buescher, last year's winner, in the grass.
Buscher's one of those guys. He's racing to try to get in the playoffs.
A lot of damage.
Does he have?
Look at the damage to the 5 of Larson. Christopher Bell, Gilliland also involved in this. You mentioned those points. Buescher
trying to get points, trying to get track position for later in the race. 3 wide. Larson all the way on the bottom of the racetrack.
And then something happens down here. I'm not sure if he just gets loose up the racetrack. The 15 slow in front of him. Oh, the 5 just gets loose by himself, spins out, and as he comes up, he really collects I think that's a 23. We didn't see that originally, but that's a pretty heavy damage to the front of the 23. Another car, Jeff, who is in this bubble conversation.
Yeah, nothing he can do. Larson's just on the slide right now. Now he's in the gas trying to keep from hitting the wall. Bubba Wallace trying to avoid him. Contact. Gilliland comes in hard.
Yeah, Gilliland had gotten sideways too on the lower part of the track. Got into the 20 of Bell, it looked like.
Logano had already had issues. He was racing to try to be the first car lap down.
But this just, so there's no argument about Kyle Larson's skill level. The guy, you know, people make the statement that he's perhaps the best to drive a race car, right, with everything we see him do. And then you take a race car that could run up front with great raw speed, and you put him in these air situations, and his car spins out.
Well, when you're out front, your car drives completely different. And when you get back here, now your car doesn't make near the grip. Denny Hamlin yesterday spun out all by himself trying to race for the lead. These cars are difficult to drive. And aerodynamically, they're very difficult. Right along, this is a great shot. You can see how aggressive it is. Blocking, shoving, hitting. Bubba drives the car in the corner pretty deep. Larson even deeper. Larson in the gas. And now everybody knows he's in trouble. Bubba Wallace was out of the throttle. He saw it coming. But it's nothing you can do. It is a helpless feeling. You could hear Bubba Wallace, the second the 5 car, the right rear stepped out just about 5 inches. Bubba Wallace no longer was committed to the throttle because he knew something was going to happen. Parker.
Right, and he's already been on pit road. Booty Barker doing a great job of constructing the team exactly what to do in terms of trying to fix the damage. They assessed the toe. They felt like that was fine, but he definitely has damage in the left.
Corey LaJoie bringing out the caution. He was just upside down. Rolled back over onto his tires once he hit the grass. Great sign right there when you see the window net come down. But oh, what a wild ride Corey LaJoie just had.
Slid forever on the roof down the backstretch, then the grass got him tumbling again. You see the damage to the roof of the race car.
I happened to look out of the window and I saw he was in the air.
See the AMR safety crew immediately to Corey as he climbs out of that race car.
Just going by Noah. A little bit of contact on with the right front fender. Car turned sideways and just flipped in the air. That is, quite honestly, that's just not acceptable. There's no way that a car, when it turns like that, should get up in the air that easily. There has been millions of dollars and hours of time spent to prevent that from happening. That's going to catch everybody by surprise.
And you see right there, slide, that gives you a great view of the whole underbody we talk about, the underwing, everything that people talk about for damage. And then here it catches the grass and a couple pretty violent tumbles. I mean, you said it, Rick, 3,000 pounds. It looks like a Matchbox car just tumbling through the grass. Let's watch it again, Jeff.
This
he has
earlier.
a big run.
This was earlier. So this was, they were racing, this was the lap before. And, you know, obviously drivers upset at each other. But, you know, right here, I just feel like, yeah, he's just turning, right? And I can't tell from this shot if Noah comes down or not, but either way, this car to get in the air like that is shocking.
And Steve, you've shown us over and over when those flaps open up, that's supposed to help keep these cars on the ground. We saw the flaps open up there, but that thing immediately got upside down.
And then right here, upside down into the wall. Yes, Rick, to answer your question, the roof flaps are designed to keep these cars on the ground. That car left the asphalt faster than I have seen, right? I mean, when it turns sideways, I mean, look how violent this flip is. Wow.
You can see right here, he turns to go underneath Noah, and a little bit of contact. Noah really never moved his car. That's just racing. I mean, I don't think anything was on purpose there. I just think he makes contact, and then there, as soon as the car gets sideways, air just lifts the car.
And again, to give you, well, let's hear from Dave first.
on pit road now is...
You know, Toyota's come in and just done a great job at Joe Gibbs Racing, a great partner to this team as well. Whoa, we got a problem.
The 19 slow off turn 4. I can't tell if it's a tire.
Caution has come out. There will be a restart.
He got up in the wall. He seems to be back up to speed.
Under 6 laps to go, and a caution comes out. Tough position. An amazing car all weekend.
That just looks like to me he got loose. We've seen that a lot today. He chased it up the racetrack and ran out of racetrack. Big hit to the right rear. Not sure that car is not damaged.
Yeah, I think the right rear toe link has got to have damage. The right rear tail.
Tyler Reddick has to be scratching his head going, what is going on this season? This is the 5th race already this year where Reddick was leading when a caution inside. It is overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. Door to door as they're going to enter turn 1. Now a surge out of the 24. A great push from Keselowski. Keselowski goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes Reddick on the outside once again. Reddick with momentum going down the backstretch, and look at him fan out behind him.
Whoa!
And around goes the 1. Ross Chastain spins into the inside wall. Caution comes out.
Oh, I don't think he ever hit
No, he never did hit the inside wall. He's still on the gas.
Trying to make sure he doesn't get stuck in that wet grass.
Did you hit anything?
It did not look like he hit the inside wall.
That wreck started about 300 yards before it ultimately happened. Alex Bowman loses control of his car. That stacks everybody up. And now look at all this chaos.
Chastain was 11th. When he spun around and into the grass, now he was trying to go there.
We heard him in the throttle, right, Steve? And you nailed it. You said he was trying to keep from getting stuck, and it got stuck anyway. And look at this. He is just behind on the steering, could never get caught back up.
And that car tried to lift and actually set back down, which is what we'd love to see with cars spinning. Now we have to see how the field is going to line up. Remember, they'll basically go to the last loop line that all the cars...
When the caution came out. And I'm looking at this, and the 24 may have been in front.
Well, it's electronic. It's not cameras at this point because it's not the finish of the race. So 24. We'll see. All right, so the 24 is now the leader of the race.
We're about to find out as we try overtime for a second time. Byron on the outside, Reddick on the inside. And a big push on that outside line. And now Gibbs, a big shove as the 6 checked up. That pulled a lot of them back. Reddick out in front. Gibbs trying to clear for second. He's not going to be able to get by Byron as they go down the backstretch.
I don't know how he didn't wreck right there when the 6 checked up.
Kyle Busch trying to move up to 4th. Now, William Byron has closed into the back bumper of that 45 as they come up on 1 lap to go in Michigan. One more time around. Reddick out front. Byron, he's going to look to the outside. 3 car lengths separate the top 2 as they go through 2. Slow on the racetrack, the 9 and the 12. They're backing up. Up front. 1 more set of turns. Reddick with a 3 car length advantage now. Pulling away as he comes out of 4. Tyler Reddick is going to win again. This time it's in Michigan.
Hell yeah, Tyler.
Bottom to start. Listen to Daniel.
Ooh, caution.
Uh-oh. All right, remember I said flippers? Get your flippers ready.
Yeah, this is the opportunity.
We're going to see, I think, a couple of our leaders possibly come to pit road.
I think so, too. The guys that really aren't that concerned about points,
It'll be interesting to see because there's so much fall off.
Maybe to put tires on now and drive your way back up into the top 10 if a lot of people don't stop.
21 is Jason Alexander. Got away from him, popped the wall ever so slightly, but enough to produce our first caution of the day.
Yeah, comfortably in the window that these teams would be able to make it to the end of the second stage if they stop early before the end of this first stage.
I think we're going to see a
flag this time around. Next flag would end the race.
Gotta feel really good right now about what's left, but mainly about what he's accomplished so far. Wow, what a great drive for Lane Riggs.
First race of the postseason in 2024. And we're going to have a playoff spoiler. Here he comes. Off the turn 4, Lane Riggs, a winner for the first time in his career. He gets it done at Milwaukee.
Well, we'll have to follow up on that 21 starting to the back. Can be no big deal, Rick, or can be a huge deal if you have an accident early.
Joe Gibbs Racing has to feel pretty good about the Toyotas and everyone starting toward the front here at Daytona. As they race 2 by 2. Dave, an update on that 21?
Yeah, Rick, the team just informed me, and that was a scramble right there, that they were actually going to the back anyway after qualifying.
The 51
there's a big
Clements
crash,
is
Rick.
around. Also, the 21 caught up in it, Austin Hill. After starting in the back now, he was involved in this incident. We saw the 51. Clements was sideways. There were about 4 or 5 cars that had contact here.
Rick, they had to change a steering pump and a steering box. That's what sent him to the back at the beginning of this race.
Ellis also involved. Take a look. Lawless Allen in the 15. The 28 was slow, and everyone checked up from behind Kyle Sieg.
Yeah, Gustine's in the 15 car.
The 51 gets stacked up, gets pushed to the apron, and at that point, the whole bottom line stacks up. But the wreck is really the 51, right? The 26 pushes the 51 down on the bottom. You're going to see him right here. Gets down on the apron, and now everybody starts to check up, and that's kind of a chain reaction. The wreck behind is a reaction to the 51 wrecking.
The 51 sideways, and that quick. It gets bottled up here at Daytona.
Yeah, that's so disappointing. On lap 1, the aggressiveness, it just isn't necessary. On lap 1 to be pushing that hard into turn 3. It's a long race. And this race has a history of a lot of cautions. So you have to go into the race understanding that.
And it was surprising because Jeremy Clements in that 51 looked like he went down on the yellow line, and then when he was self-correcting, just lost control of this car.
Oh, look at this damage. Ryan Ellis, so disappointing. We talk about track position, how important it is. So look at this big shot. So the 51 car, he's right behind Allgaier. The 26 of Earnhardt's pushing him. Now the 51 is in the back of the 7, and now he's just out of control. So it all started because, in my eyes, Jeffrey Earnhardt does not know that Jeremy Clements is up against the rear bumper of Allgaier, and he's trying to push him and ends up just pushing him into this wreck.
And the 35, Akinori Ogata, came in at a much higher pace than everyone else. Same thing, obviously not understanding that they were stacking up. He gets to the back of the 15, Gus Dean, and then goes up.
Going the wrong way.
There's the momentum on that outside line, and Ryan Truex moves out. So he does not give a push to the 98 of Herbst. Kligerman drifts up the track. Creed gets right up to the back bumper. Coming up on 1 to go and into the wall. One car, the one of Sam Mayer, spins on the apron, and the caution's going to come out before the end of the stage. It looked like the 5 of Anthony Alfredo may have got into the wall, sure enough.
Alfredo, you're going to see him back right there. Looks like a big wiggle, was getting a push, maybe lost the back of the race car, off the nose of the one, then the one loses control himself, goes for a big slide, ends up saving it. Yeah, you see right there, the one is, oh, I'm sorry, the two, to Jesse Love. Those cars look so similar. The 2 of Jesse Love was just to the inside, the left rear quarter of Alfredo. And here, this will be a great view.
Yeah, up the racetrack, contact, and then behind them, I think Sam Mayer saw it happening and responded. Watch Sam. He's like, oh, they're going to wreck. And he does something and loses control of his car. Never actually spun the thing out, but lost a lot of track position.
Them have won. John Hunter Nemechek has won twice behind the wheel of that 20. Ryan Truex has already won. He won at Dover earlier this year.
How about the 5 of Alfredo? We saw him make contact with the, oh no, the 9 going around.
Brandon Jones in the concrete, the asphalt there, and does he stay off the wall? He will, and he's trying to stay out of the grass.
You're rolling here. You get back to the apron here.
Brandon Jones is very thankful that all that's fresh pavement. That would have been grass years ago. Yeah, I would pit right now. The back are on interliners.
This all happened down the back straightaway. Just people running into the back of each other, and Brandon Jones just never could get caught back up. And Steve, you mentioned it, all of this is asphalt. Never once got in the grass. That allowed him to get the car slowed down. Bump right there, another bump. Now he's out of control, and fortunately there was a place for him to go in that bottom lane. Normally there's a car there.
Yes.
And it causes a 15-car wreck, but in this case, the seas parted, and down the racetrack he goes.
That was Jesse Love we were riding along with that was behind the 9, but I think Jesse Love had guys pushing him from behind too.
And you have to give credit, I think, to the 97, who right here, he's off the gas, obviously, because he's on the bottom and backing up. So SVG sees the 9, has to cross traffic at some point, and he's slowing down to give him a spot to go.
I love the fact that all that is now asphalt. I mean, there used to be grass down there. He probably destroys his race car. Now he just gets down here, probably no damage whatsoever.
I think the 9 had a flat tire on the straightaway. I think right here, the reason he's looked like he's being wrecked is because he's trying to slow down. You see sparks off the car already. The left rear looks to me like it's flat already before he goes for the spin.
Looks like it's been rubbed for sure.
Yeah.
So right there it starts wiggling. I thought it was because he was being people making contact with him from behind, but you're thinking it's a left rear. I suspect you're right.
I'm thinking it's a left rear, but it's hard to say which came first.
So Jones brings out the 4th caution of the night. We're going to take another look at it.
Look at that. Look how fortunate that is. Not just for him, but for all of those guys. There's a place for him to go. That happened so quickly. I mean, everything's going great. Next thing you know, you're trying to catch up to the back of the car. And when he started left,
recover and find some momentum.
24 to go. Everybody knows it's go time. Contact.
Oh, and a wreck. Jesse Love gets turned around. The 31 also involved. The 9 of Brandon Jones. The 27 of Jeff Burton. And a lot of steel gets messed up here in turn 1.
Jesse Love, pretty sure I saw him in this wreck.
Cole Custer also, yeah, we're on board with him.
Yeah.
Just going to see right here, it kind of gets stacked up in the back. A little bit of movement, push gone wrong, 8 goes around, catches Jeff Burton, which pushes a bunch of cars to the bottom. The 31 back up the racetrack, pretty hard contact with the right rear and the right front.
Saw the 00 Cole Custer involved.
Well, there you have it. Basically, Jeff Burton offset to the right rear quarter of the 9 barely, and then the 8. Then the 8 gets taken 3 wide, which ends up being 4 wide. That was a great replay.
Here's Jesse Love across the racetrack. Oh.
The hits just keep coming.
Yeah, wrecks seem to last forever.
That was Cole Custer that he pulled right up behind.
And remember, this is about 190 miles per hour.
Right here, you see the 27. He's trying to get to the outside of the 8. The 8's top 3 wide with the 81, and there's just not enough room for the 8 to come up. And I can't say from this angle what's behind the 27, right? There might be someone right behind him. Jeb might not want to be that far up. Well, here you go. He has a little gap back. So basically what's happening is the 27 and the 81 are splitting the 8. The 8 comes up to the right, catches the front bumper of the 27, and that's where the wreck starts.
Yeah, so how much damage does Sammy Smith have? You see contact with the wall, but did anybody else hit him? Great job right there.
Sheldon Creed, wow. And I'm not so sure the 00 ends up getting any damage here. I think he just ends up having to stop. He got into the side of the 38. Riding along with Jeb.
Everybody knows, right? You're inside 25 to go. They're all looking for some real estate. When you get stacked 2 and 3 wide, you have to almost create a different line to try to move through. Heavy damage on the 8, right front not turning.
Slower cars in front of this pack. We'll see if they get out of the way. Allmendinger in control. Outside line with a little momentum.
Oh, it is.
The big one's going to happen. The 5 of Alfredo was involved. Jeffrey Earnhardt in the 26 is caught up in this. Once again, Jeremy Clements in the 51. Looks like the 45, the hood up on that one. And Cesar Baccarella gets the window net down.
You could see it was getting ready to happen. Guys are starting to push each other
up quickly. I'm not sure if he has an issue. And as the stack up happens, the 26 gets kind of checked up. The 45 gets in the back of the 26. I don't know if the 5 has a flat right here, if he just gets loose. 26 goes left to miss him.
And 26 hit hard on that outside wall. When he goes back up here, nobody stops him. Bam, right there.
Yeah, it's that quickly things happen.
SVG also involved in this.
Anthony Alfredo, a few minutes ago, was thinking he had a chance to win this race, and now his night's over.
Got tagged in the back by the 26. And as many cars are involved in the cleanup that it's going to take, Steve, could we get to overtime with this?
Well, we absolutely could. It's 4 to go right here. We haven't heard anything from NASCAR about stopping them, and it looks to me that it's going to take at least 3 or 4 laps to get this cleaned up. So we're going to be going to overtime. And, you know, we said fuel wasn't an issue because they can go over 40 laps, but I think they should still be okay. It comes down to where they're doing their homework under yellow, right? We've had 14 laps of yellow, so if the drivers were shutting the car off and
they make up that front row. It is overtime. Presented by Credit One Bank. 2 laps from Daytona. inside line with the advantage. A great push, and they stay close. Allgaier shoving Riley Herbst. Truex swings outside. Gets in front of the 16 of Allmendinger. Once they get the white flag, the next flag ends the race. White flag in the air. One more time around. Truex out front. When does someone make a move? And right there, the 16's going to slide. He got a shove from behind. He's going to go back up the racetrack. He gets into the wall. The caution will come out, and the 20 is out front. Ryan Truex is going to win at Daytona. This is what happened to the 16.
Watch the 48 car. He gets a big push right here. He goes to turn left. Right there. And there's contact, and around goes Allmendinger. Big push from behind to the 48. And I'm not so sure that Parker wanted to be there as much as he was being forced there from behind.
And as Parker moves left on the bumper, we've seen you have to push very square. Once you get to the right to the left corner, the 16 either turns left to block or the car itself just spins. It makes it look like he's turning left. It's hard to know exactly if AJ was even in control at that point, much like you're saying about Parker.
Yes, I think Chandler's pushing Parker really hard. Sieg is pushing Chandler. They just all got stacked up.
And
AJ doesn't care about that. AJ knows he got wrecked. Yeah, as soon as AJ started coming up the racetrack, NASCAR had to throw that caution. There were cars coming from behind him. So watch them all get stacked up. Look at all the push and shoving. All the way 5 or 6 rows back.
Wrong side of the pit wall because it was a pretty scary moment in his Coca-Cola Zero Chevrolet. Take a look at this.
This is the 99 returning to pit road after his original pit stop. And the car erupts into flames. On his pit stop, there was some fire during the pit stop, but we have seen that before where a spark will catch a little bit of excess fuel on fire, but this is much more severe than that. I don't know if fuel got spilled into the trunk area and it caught on fire, but as he got closer and closer to pit road, you see just how severe the fire gets. Daniel waited to be told to get out. Jeff, I would be instantly out of the car. Marty.
Yeah, Steve, I think right now there's more questions than answers. A lot of people are saying what exactly happened. I had asked Matt Swiderski, the crew.
What a win would do for him tonight. Incredible. And he fits into that category. Oh, and here we go. Chastain's involved. Noah Gragson, Eric Jones, Kyle Larson.
Such a calm point in the race. It was too wide or single file, and all of a sudden chaos.
We're still rolling. We're still rolling, but we got damage. Bring it right.
Look at Noah Gragson. Bowman's involved. Truex gets going again. Ty Gibbs in the 54. And Corey LaJoie, who was having such a great run.
He's stuck. All the tires are down.
Hamlin. Now an accident early. Let's see what happens, Jeff.
Oh, Noah. No, I don't know if Noah's getting pushed and lost control. Then he goes to the left. That's what it looked like to me. He just immediately shot to the left. Here you go. Being a big pushback from Corey right here. Shoves him to the left. He has to correct it. Then he comes back across the racetrack in front of Corey. And that's what we talked about earlier. You can push and you can shove, but when you don't do it correctly and you get it wrong just by a little bit, you mistime it, this is what happens. Here you go. Watch the 7, the 10, the 1. The 10 is against the 1. The 7 starts pushing him. There's nowhere for the 10 to go.
There was about 10 cars involved in that as we are midway through stage 2, and it's happened. Ended prematurely for Corlig Racing's Shane Van Gisbergen. Check this out. There were multiple incidents happening at the one time. Martin Truex Jr. with a flat front left. Eric Jones, and the plume of smoke is SVG in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Fortunately, Jones was able to catch that car. He wasn't in the corner when that right front went down, and everybody was able to get around him.
Well, the flat is obvious very early for the 43. Everyone behind does a nice job of kind of getting around him. I'm not sure what happened. It's crazy to think that that flat tire and the expired engine are connected, but the timing says the opposite.
And it was all happening 1, 2, 3 because Truex was way behind just coming off turn 2. He was experiencing that flat, and then this is Van Gisbergen bringing it back to pit road.
Yeah, that fire is out of the pipes. It's possible.
Yeah, it does you no good to get run over coming to pit road.
Whoa, here we go. John Hunter Nemechek goes for a wild ride, trying to get down to that low side, and had contact with Haley. And that was a fortunate escape.
Lee, a change at this racetrack. All of that is now pavement. That used to be grass.
Was known as the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane as it's called now. And look at that. That once upon a time, to Jeff's point, was grass. Thankfully now it's all asphalt, and John Hunter Nemechek does not roll. Just slides.
Watch some contact from the 5. Boom. That shoots him into the 51, and around he goes. And that noise is grinding pace out of that race car. It's bringing the speed down. When it gets in grass, it doesn't slow down like that. We've seen so many cars flip. You can see the contact from the 5. It moved the 42, and around he goes.
Big test for that new fin on the rear window. You saw the back of that car hop a few times. Without a doubt, stay glued to the pavement, as you pointed out, Jeff. Very important.
And so now, all of those teams and drivers are expecting green flag stops. Some had given up track position, right? Thinking they were going to get green flag stops. Now they're all going to pit under caution.
That was a mighty shove from the 5 onto Nemechek. That sent him to the left, across the front of Justin Haley and down, and fortunately gets away with it.
So now, oh, there you go, Jeff. Tops.
Wallace now 18 behind on the playoff points standings. Can he push his way further forward over these closing 8 laps coming up?
Oh, they got together in 3.
Whoa! McDowell goes up high. Larson is in it. Reddick's in it. Logano, Wallace, Haley.
That all started in turn 3. Cindric tried to lift to prevent it from happening, but he did not lift quick enough.
It's the second big one of the night. Larson will be left waiting and wanting that top 5 again. McDowell went for a wild ride. Let's have a listen to it.
From Barry. Tries to get to the outside, lifts right there, and still contact. And then, look at this.
Whoa. And Michael McDowell, who knows what it's like to have a massive crash at a high-speed track, got away with that one.
See the fire come out of the pipes of the 2 car? He was being pushed by the 4. He knew he had too much speed. He was doing all he could to prevent it, but it just could not get it slowed down. See the additional aerodynamic devices that were applied on the cars this week to prevent the cars from getting in the air.
Absolutely. It's impossible to know exactly what part or piece, but clearly the 34 was on his way upside down and came back onto its tires. The work by NASCAR. Look at this right here. Nowhere to go. Nothing to do.
Go for Ricky
that
Stenhouse.
extra work by NASCAR helping. This is the concern, right? When you're hit with another car, when the 22 makes contact, the 34 instantly goes in the air. And if this car continues to tumble, it's the 22, 23 down the line, but it comes back, I say onto the tire, onto the wall actually, and then makes contact with the tires. You see Bubba Wallace in it, the 45 of Reddick in it. Both 2311 cars.
This is the view from Kyle Busch.
One of the worst wrecks I've ever seen. Ricky Craven at Talladega. Spun, car got in the air, and he went into the catch fence. This car of McDowell's comes back down and gets into the wall.
And there are cars qualified brilliantly yesterday, all in the top 6 positions. And he's in with a chance to win at Daytona. But look at the eagerness of Kyle Busch on the inside in the 8 in the Cheddar's car. Harrison Burton for Wood Brothers. If he can do it, that'd be the legendary organization's 100th win. That'd be a magical night.
Who's going to try to make it 3 wide?
Oh, Berry's gone, and he goes up and over. Huge hit for Josh Berry. Eric Jones is involved. There's Austin Cindric. That was wild.
Watch this car, how quickly, when it gets spun, contact. The 2 is getting pushed, and as soon as that car was pushing him, got turned around and went. This is what scared me, because Josh is hanging on his belts. He's not in his seat. He's hanging on his belt and has that frontal impact.
Everything that went right for the 34 to set his car back on the wheels didn't go right for Josh Berry, and I'm with you, Jeff. The flip is the first concern, but then the hit into the wall when gravity is pulling you out of the seat is just different. Multi-point harness is trying to hold your hips and your lower body tight into that seat. But as you run all day, the heat, the sweat, everything kind of loosens up a little bit. You have to keep tugging on those belts. It was so great for Josh to get out.
And again, that speaks to the structural integrity. Here's the view from Austin Dillon. Oh. Massive hit with Gilliland.
Austin thought he was going to miss it, and then Gilliland came from nowhere. See, here's the push from behind, and then it moved the 2 car up. And again, pushing gone wrong.
What a violent hit.
See, right there, there's the push. They all stacked up, the 8, the 20. Now, the one thing about that car, when it's sat down on the roof,
yes,
look at the integrity of the roof. It's sitting there really strong. That's something this car is really good at. The older car, that roof would collapse. This car is much stronger. This is two weeks in a row, Steve, with cars in the air.
Yeah, a change was made. Obviously, more work to be done. At these speeds, the cars, here we go. This is on board with Berry.
Have a listen.
Gets turned around upside down. Lose the camera, but you know what happened.
Driver out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Boy, he took a ride. And thank goodness for the safer barriers. Absolutely did what it's supposed to do.
Just that ping-ponging that was happening further back, Zane Smith.
This is, we talk about it all the time. These late race restarts, they're just wild. And you know that it's a great chance you're going to be in a wreck. Jimmy Johnson called it. He said there's going to be another caution because he's been in them. I've been in them. Dale Jarrett's been in them. It's almost expected. You almost are like, I know I'm going to be in a wreck.
For two cars in particular at the front, one of them being the 8, the other the 21 of Harrison Burton, the path opened up. Watch this. And there's the Dex imaging machine of the Wood Brothers 21. So the 8 and the 21 got clear passage. Watch this. Straight through. Christopher Bell also lucky. Todd Gilliland was not. Parker Retzlaff got through. He had an open passage as well after a tough night last night in the Xfinity race. He may just get an amazing result here in this Cup race.
You mentioned Corey LaJoie last week. This role is so eerily similar. This is a little different because the 2 is still making contact to the 4, but almost the exact same, turn. It looks the same, right? Car turns left, slides for a bit. As I was saying, this car slides up. When it starts to slide sideways for a long time, that's when it's most susceptible. And obviously, even with the updates.
Being at the front of this field. 1 to go here in Daytona.
Nemechek made it 3 wide in that second lane, that second line, and that has killed the momentum.
You've got to go back a long, long way for Kyle Busch. 2008, the last time he won here at Daytona, and now he is tantalizingly close to that victory. But here comes Harrison Burton for the Wood Brothers. He's being pushed by Parker Retzlaff, and the 23-year-old from Huntersville, North Carolina, is at the front of this field and may race his way into the playoffs. Busch goes low, Burton blocks, he gets back up, comes to the line. Jeff, your little boy has done it! Harrison Burton wins in Daytona!
Uh-oh, the leader.
And Mayer's slow.
Like the track bar broke or something because something ain't right, it's smoking.
Whoa! Mayer around.
Still green as he spins but stays on the apron.
And he's going to try to get to pit road. It looks like the left rear tire is down. Kim.
Yeah, that's what Kevin Hamlin, the spotter.
Battle right here. Let's see what happens to the 1. This is entering turn 3. Just loose. The back of the car comes around. It has all the makings of like a flat left rear tire.
This is what Bell saw.
Yeah, right now Bell's avoiding the wreck. He just look all the way out of the gas. He can see what's happening. And this was impressive. He spins and puts her in gear and keeps going.
And here Sammy Smith gets into the wall.
That little Darlington stripe. Not even sure that one counts here.
Well, he's running 6. Only 4 laps to go in this stage.
The turn 2, he does, and Creed is leading now at Darlington. Allmendinger looks to the inside of the 20. But now Bell picking up the momentum as he exits 4. 1 into the wall, and that brings the caution out. That's the 91. And so now we have Kyle Weatherman that gets behind the wall, but a lot of damage to the right side, and the caution.
Entering turn 3. Car just never turns. He said something was broke. Certainly something happens. See the car drop? It dropped and then it just went straight.
So as you mentioned, Steve, 4 cautions already early in this race, just starting that second stage. His career, he's got a second place finish here. He was in 22. Now 5 laps to go.
16 slow. This is exactly what Oh, big damage to the right front. We have the 16 slowing the racetrack. We have traffic in front of Bell. Let's see what's happened to the 16.
He and Custer have been racing a lot. Custer into the wall, got him slowed down. Allmendinger didn't judge it correctly.
It's overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. A great restart by that 0-0 of Cole Custer. He throws it into turn number 1. But Bell on the outside. He's going to clear him coming off a 2. Oh, and contact's made. They slide down the racetrack. Now, Bell back to the high side. Custer down low. Creed still in striking position. White flag goes in the air one more time around. Bell with a 1 car length advantage. Custer now 2 car lengths back. Bell pulling away down the backstretch. The contact was made on the first lap after the restart. And Bell now coming out of turn 4. It's going to be his first Darlington win in the Xfinity Series. Christopher Bell is going to win at the track too tough to tame.
I think that's what it's going to take.
Well, they're going all at it right now. You race that hard this early on this racetrack, and you'll be lucky to get by with it. 3 wide, Steve. That is aggressive contact.
Oh, Martin Truex Jr., he's lost it. Takes Blaney up into the wall with him.
2 of the best cars in practice. I thought Blaney had the best long-run car.
I'm an idiot.
And here you heard him. I'm an idiot. Truex says he knows he made a mistake only 2 laps into the race. Truex 58 above the cut line. Mathematically not a guarantee, but I thought everything was going to be easy. This is an uphill battle already.
That is a huge moment in this race and perhaps in the year. How much damage does Truex car have?
It hurts Ryan Blaney from the standpoint of potential stay. This was what neither driver wanted.
Truex just simply got into the corner too hard for the amount of grip that he had. That's part of this, though. Lap 3, he doesn't really know. It chases the car up the racetrack, makes contact with William Byron, overcorrects the car. Big damage to Blaney.
He wrecks himself because he knew the option 2 was to wreck the 24. That's not Truex's style at all. He didn't want his mistake to affect the 24. Unfortunately, taking himself out got Blaney.
That's one of those wrecks. Look at, as we ride along, he just got up the racetrack. That's one of those wrecks on lap 3 at Darlington. Do you really want to be 3 wide getting into turn 1? This is something that 15 years ago we never would do.
Right.
The drivers have gotten more and more aggressive in how they approach turn 1. Chris Buescher sneaking by. Look, Martin Truex Jr. is one of our sport's best, period. Just a little too much aggression early in the race.
Everybody talks about racing the racetrack 25 times. Martin Truex Jr. has run Darlington. He knows what this racetrack holds, and yet a mistake like this.
Incident, and it is Spire Motorsports' Carson Hocevar, who started on the front row earlier today, losing control of the 77 all by himself.
It was underneath Eric Jones. Not sure if anything happened before they got to turn 3, but just underneath him, and he loses it.
So slick, getting to the end of this tire run, and rear grip just goes away. And unfortunate, couldn't be worse timing for the 1 of Ross Chastain, who had just entered pit road. I thought those tires more than needed or more than required. You will pay the penalty.
Yes, you will.
Oh, contact on the 17. Oh! He gets into Todd Gilliland. They ran out of real estate on the exit of 2. It started with the 38 sliding up, pushing the 17 into the wall. Lucky for the 17 to avoid this.
Let's have a look at what happened to the front row motorsports driver.
Yeah, Gilliland underneath Buescher, trying to make the pass, gets up the racetrack, squeezes Buescher a little bit. Buescher back down into him.
Listen. So how bad was that hit, Jeff?
I don't think it was that bad, but what, you know, when Buescher gets into the wall, he then comes back, you know, hits the wall, then it comes back and hits the 38.
going to be interesting to see what damage there is. Now, the good news for Buescher is he's 15th, only 5 cars behind him.
Briscoe figured something out in 3 and 4 that time. Let's see if he can do it again.
Caution's out. Oh, and it's for Carson Hocevar again. Significant damage on the front right. And for the likes of Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell, this brings everybody closer together.
And for what we just saw with 3-lap pressure tires, I think there is no conversation for anyone on pit road.
Yeah.
But to make the pressure.
Go back and look at Carson Hocevar again. Problems in, oh, he had a right front. Something happened with the right front, and I think Gilliland may have got into him as well.
Todd Gilliland was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, unfortunately, and that was a pretty wild ride for Carson Hocevar.
So Kyle Petty said it earlier. This is a team sport. And
just not as effective to get as high up the order as Denny was. And look at this, 3 wide. Wow, we got a caution. Multi-car incident. Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry, Bubba Wallace, it's over. Wallace's playoff hopes. Busch is trying to dodge the carnage. William Byron's car is torn apart. And Noah Gragson in it as well. How badly damaged is that 23? Watch this. How did it unfold? Josh Berry pushing his way through the middle of Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Keep watching it.
Yeah, 3 wide into turn 1 at Darlington never works. It's just not enough room. Somebody had to lift there. Josh Berry extremely aggressive, shooting the middle here. And it's just too wide through there, Steve, is difficult. And now they just all stack into each other.
And Bubba Wallace was doing a really nice job, some front-end contact, but then Noah Gragson nowhere to go. He was the one that made the heavy contact to the back of the 23. So you see right here, flames out the pipes. He's on the brakes, some front-end contact, but I don't think this was enough to kind of end it. Right, you're going to see him run into the 24. I mean, it's not great, but then right there, the big shot by the 10. It looks so easy in slow motion what you could do different. Let's ride on board. Even the front end contact, you saw the hood buckle. So, you know, the damage probably a little more severe than I initially thought.
And while we've been consumed with where Bubba Wallace has been and Chris Buescher for that final spot, what changed the whole complexion of it was Chase Briscoe. And he hits the wall! Briscoe hits the wall! There is nothing between these two at the end of 500 miles. 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Can Briscoe hang on? Or has Kyle Busch got something? Both guys are going to break a very long winless streak. But who will it be? Kyle Busch throwing everything at Chase Briscoe he can. It's a win and you're in. And the 29-year-old from Mitchell, Indiana, Chase Briscoe wins the Southern 500 and is going to the playoffs. 2 weeks in a row, we have been treated.
Coming out of the 1 of Sam Mayer, there has been some contact with the wall as the back bumper is completely off and now bursts into flames. Caution is out.
Yellow's out, yellow's out, yellow's out.
This fire right here, you have to wonder, see some damage on the front as well. Is there more to this story? Was it an engine that expired, which made him get into the wall? Did he get into his own oil? It's rare that you see that much fire just from hitting the fence on the right side, or did it pull an oil line or something off, some sort of accelerant? Sam quickly gets out of the car.
Not wasting any time.
It almost looks
the crew there to assist Mayer. That was the reason.
Yeah, I wondered if it was an engine. I just think it had to be some sort of oil or something after contact, because that's just a wreck on the racetrack.
Yeah, just not clear.
Got
That
into
was
the
Kevin
wall.
Hamlin, we heard on the radio, saying that one's on me. So we didn't get to hear the radio, but from that, it sounds like Kevin Hamlin is saying that one's on me. So he must have been telling Sam there was room up. There was absolutely not space for a car. The 19 of Gray was in the gas and not letting him up.
You know, watch this as it carries on. The fire came into the cockpit for just a moment, and there's temperature sensors that actually, once it gets to a certain temperature, it activates the fire extinguisher. And I think that's what that is right there, Steve,
putting
in
it
the
out.
trunk. It's
Yeah.
putting it out. But that's just, again, we've heard spotters take the blame for calling someone clear, and they're not clear. But there's only one driver. The driver's got to make this call, and that's just how it is. Kevin Hamlin's one of the best spotters in the business, but only one guy's going to the infield care center, and that's the driver. Driver's got to be responsible for it. And again, I think just this right here, you see the fire extinguishes, but you see it in the car there for just a moment.
Yeah, obviously, I mentioned an accelerant, you know, when the right front hits, something happens, right? An oil line or some sort of fluid has to be leaking, and then the fire gets put out. A scary moment right there when you see that fireball.
Makes you wonder, it's like a rear end line or something.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
like,
Something has come off. There's some sort of lubricant that's caught on fire. And then you mentioned the temperature sensor, much like think about a sprinkler system in commercial building. It's the same idea concept-wise, right? It tells that there's a fire, and it puts the extinguisher system out there, and right there. Fire.
That was really fast and definitely the best car I've ever had here. So we're going to have a lot of fun with this the rest of the year and keep on digging.
Up into the wall, and will we get a caution? It's SVG. Sure enough, the caution comes out. He's going to make the hard left-hand turn to get onto pit road.
And that's going to put Ryan C.
Really need. Let's see what happens to the 97.
Tries to make a move to the outside of Sammy Smith and just lost control of his car.
Yeah, I like what he was thinking. We've seen the 7 do that move. You get to the outside of the 8, and then you have position on corner exit, but either a little bit of dust up there or just loose in general. Yeah, I mean, I like what he was. That, to me, is SVG learning, watching the 7, watching some other guys, and then he put his car in that position. Now he made a little mistake or the car couldn't handle it, but that will go into the notebook. Unfortunately for this situation, pretty heavy damage.
And SVG had been for third, as we still see the 7 moving up. Caution has come out.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
Spin in 3 and 4.
I think now we know why the 27 was so loose.
Jeff Burton spins in 3 and 4 and brings a caution out for the 5th time today. He was running 18th.
Tired. He had a tire problem.
This is Jeff Burton looking back at him as he spun coming off of turn 3 and onto the apron, bringing the caution out. We'll have a restart when we return to Atlanta.
He fills the hole. Nope, he's still working on it. But right here, look at this push.
Whoa, they wreck it. Well, from the 7, he's going to get into the wall. They wreck in turn 3. Cole Custer, Herbst, Ryan Sieg all involved as well. The 19 of Taylor Gray and the 7 of Allgaier.
39 of Sieg down the track as well with a ton of damage.
Good, he blew a tire. We just side drafted and got together.
We heard the radio. Somebody said they side drafted and got together.
Remember, Sieg was just outside the top 12. And such a fast race car here in his home state.
It's a bumper cover on the roof.
Big push coming from the 19. Yeah, I don't know. It's like the 7 of Allgaier was trying to stay against the 00 of Custer to side draft him or something. Contact there. We heard somebody say something about a tire down. I don't know if. Just right along.
I mean, the 17, it looks like there's some contact, and the 17 goes straight, but I can't tell if he's coming up the track because of a handling issue or a tire going down. I mean, right there, right? He needs to be turning left, and he's going up the racetrack into the 19, into the 00.
It's really odd looking.
That contact right there, could that have done something to the right front of the 7?
Yeah, it's hard to say. And with so much contact, it'll be interesting to see what Allgaier says.
I wonder, you know, Allgaier entering the corner that close to Custer, did it just pull the air off the car? You know, did it just get loose right here? And now he can't turn it. That's just, it's just cars really in close proximity to each other.
Right along with Austin Hill.
Well, he wasn't expecting it. He had his.
Yeah.
So watch the 19 here. I don't know. It's hard for me to point a finger and say obviously somebody did something wrong, but just not real sure who it is. So the 7 checked up because there was contact, right? And then the 19 got into him, but the 19 didn't get into him for any other reason than the 7 checking up. Watch how slow the 7 gets right there.
Yeah, you mentioned it. The 7 should be turning left there, and he's going straight.
And slowing
up toward
down.
the wall, yeah. A lot of contact right there. And then the 7 into the wall, collecting the 19. Let's listen into the 7 radio.
We're wrecking. 19 cut my right front, going down into the corner. Turned in the right front.
Well, there you have it. That's why he was having to
sideways. And now here comes Chandler Smith. He's to the inside for the lead. No help behind him, though. Corey Heim is going to push the 21. 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Chandler Smith dropping back. Now he's going to fight for 4th. Here comes the 26 on the outside, Corey Heim. And he gets sideways. Parker Kligerman with a run. A.J. Allmendinger, fresher tires, also coming into the picture. The last time through 3 and 4. The 21 pulling away. Austin Hill's going to do it again. He'll sweep Atlanta. 4 wins at this racetrack.
That's very clear information about.
Whoa! That's a huge one for Larson. That car just snapped on him and went straight into the wall.
Hold on, Judd, hold on. Yeah, I don't know if I blew a tire or what.
That just snapped in a split second.
Yeah.
You heard Kyle on the radio, so I don't know if I blew a tire or what. Cliff Daniels has a look of concern on his face, and understandably so. That was purely violent. And thankfully, Kyle is out.
Everything looks normal. Back end comes around, and then it went to the right. Now it appears to me. Oh, who hit him? Who was that got it? That's Briscoe. 2 playoff drivers. So that's one of 2 things. So watch this thing. The back end starts around first, and when it starts around, he overcorrects it. And that is that is very easy to do in this race car.
Just listen.
Oh.
So he mentions whether he blows a tire. I was wondering right front, but right there, it's clear it gets loose. Kyle Larson knows that as well. So I wonder if he's wondering if the right rear tire started to go down, which is what made the car loose. Kyle obviously has a clear understanding that it was the back first, and then it turns right. And then this big hit by the 14. You mentioned it, Diff. So good to see Kyle Larson out of the race car. That is an absolute gigantic impact, both with the front and then a secondary hit in the rear.
And the winner, Chase Briscoe. Oh, we got a big crash. And it's John Hunter Nemechek. Down the back stretch. 4th caution of the day flies. Rally just getting into a rhythm in stage 3.
Yeah, I'm good.
Heavy damage on the 42.
The 21 of Harrison Burton on the bottom. Harrison starts up the racetrack, but before that happened, John Hunter gets loose. It just comes around on him, contacting the wall. His day is done.
Very fortunate to slide right across in traffic. I think that was the 51 of Haley, perhaps trying to recover from that penalty.
It's a big impact right there. That shows you, we keep talking about the drivability of the race cars, and that shows you he was up there all by himself, and it just simply came around on him.
Here's the Toyota onboard of Denny Hamlin. Saw it all unfold right in front of him. So unfortunately, it's not a championship run. We've got an issue here. Blaney, and then Truex is involved. 2 playoff drivers. Remember, I was telling you about all the playoff drivers who had issues. Add 2 more to it.
I think it's fortunate that that's all that happened in that. That could have been huge.
Burton up high. Noah Gragson's in there.
Yeah, that's behind the accident.
That's Shane Van Gisbergen in the wall, and Haley.
Yeah, that's behind the accident. They were all slowing down. Here's the accident.
The 12 of Blaney, the 17 of Busher side by side. Oh, the 17 gets loose, comes right up the racetrack, catches the 12 of Blaney right in the left rear. The 12 comes down and catches the 19.
A little bit like we saw with Kyle Larson, where when he got loose, he overcorrected. And honestly, he got saved by that car being on the outside of him. If he hadn't hit that car, he would have. Watch this. So Blaney's on the outside, gets loose. That slowed him down and made it so the back of the car hit the wall. That was a fortunate break for Busher.
Blaney was riding along. Watch this. He thinks everything's fine, and then all of a sudden.
Not fortunate for him.
Yes.
But, you know, and Truex behind it, he got caught up in it.
One of the big winners in this is, look down to the left, Suarez. He avoids it, ducks through down on that low side. Choom.
Yeah, the 20
zooms on by.
20 of Bell as well, to your point, Diff, right? Look at the 12 right here. And look at the 20 of Christopher Bell. They're banging in front of him, and he kind of sneaks by.
How was that?
Logano as well.
Yeah.
How was that not a bigger wreck? I mean, that was very fortunate. That wasn't a big one that took out about 10 or 12 cars.
Yeah, I think Chris Busher has the most damage, although he was the cause of the accident. Take a look from Logano. He's going to sneak by on the flat. Watch this. And bang, he gets back in the gas.
Busher's driven his car to the garage, so his day is done. That's a big contact right there with Truex. You have to wonder if there's any damage on the right front. He hit him square in the wheel, it looked like.
It's not the question for me is there any damage?
Owen Suarez. Here comes Blaney. Boom. Big hit. Chastain's helping his teammate. And there's a caution. Caution is out. And it's Noah Gragson. We're going to go into a little bit of overtime here in Atlanta. Almost got there, Jeff.
It just.
And instead it went to 3 wide for the lead. As you see what happens, there's a stack up. Looks like the 21 of Harrison Burton got into Cindric and then came down, got the 10, pitched the 10 of Noah Gragson around right here. That's just kind of beating and banging. And Noah gets the worst end of the deal. But as I was saying, that's a run that you wouldn't see at Daytona and Talladega. You would, but it may take 2 miles.
Yeah.
Here in Atlanta, a quarter mile. I mean, these cars go from slowing down to speeding up just so quickly.
Yeah, watch Harrison Burton. He's in the side of the 2 car. He's got the 2 car jacked up. He makes contact with the wall almost, and then Harrison comes down and gets into the right rear quarter panel of the 10 car.
We're that close to the white flag. You see, though, big hit into the inside wall. Too bad Noah's been running pretty decent. You see another car up against the wall in the back. I think that's Eric Jones in that green and white 43 car.
That's just nobody willing to lift, right? Coming
right?
to the end of the race.
on Suarez. How big is that push from Blaney for his Team Penske teammate? And then the Trackhouse boys are working together. Chastain is pushing Suarez. Don't take your eyes off the 20 of Christopher Bell either. First of the Hendrick Chevys is the 48 of Alex Bowman. Logano ahead. Suarez fighting back. Here they come to the white flag. Logano gets another little shove from Ryan Blaney. And the two Penskes clear Suarez. But Daniel's not giving up. It's Joey Logano clearly out in front. But is there a late run? Remember how this finished. Chastain into the wall, but he's able to keep it going. Has Suarez got something special like he did in February? They're crashing into the wall. Caution comes out of the checker. They're flying everywhere, and Hamlin is involved. Joey Logano prevails in this first playoff race.
That's how we start the playoff, boys! Yeah!
His crew chief, Paul Wolf, told us he's a big-time, big-pressure racer, and he delivers.
Hell of a job there, Joe.
21, a playoff car involved. The 11 of Hamlin, another playoff car involved in the wreck.
Yeah, the 11 rode around all day, got no stage points, ended up finishing 24th. It's going to come out here.
This is how it all went down, coming to the checkered flag. That was the Chastain hit, first of all, but watch further back.
Well, it continues on with Chastain. Right there, there's contact, and this is where they all get stacked up. Nowhere to go. So I think this is a push gone wrong with the 1.
Yeah, the 9 kind of got caught from whoever was behind him. As you pointed out, pushes kind of stacked up, and then the 47's pushing the 23, who gets turned around, and then the 11 gets into, I mean, it's just chaos back there, everybody in the gas.
And that's what starts it all.
Wow. And so the day just didn't go the way that the 11 had hoped, but it certainly went the way that the 22 team of Team Penske hoped.
It's working. I'll take all of them. How's that sound?
All by himself, downhill, down into turn 1. Had to make a correction and keep that. He was well off the wall anyway, but this was the first of 2 spins, one for Denny Hamlin and one for Kyle Busch.
What's interesting about that, Steve, is that when he got to the limit, well, Sheldon Creed, watch this. This was through the bus stop about a lap ago. Back of the car, way around on it. Nice job. That stacked them all up. They all worked it out, but Justin Allgaier taking advantage of it.
And now we've got a car stopped. That is at the inner loop. And so a stop and go with Leland.
A little wheel hop. Get it slowed
maybe
down.
Right rear tire down, maybe?
The right rear did look flat.
Yeah.
He was trying to turn in right here. Yeah, you see the right rear completely missing, just a wheel.
Sorry.
So now Connor Zilic up into the 3rd spot. Everyone chasing, and we've got a few cars around. The 87 back into the gravel pit. That's Mike Skeen.
And this will bring out a caution. I think Allgaier is stuck. I don't believe there's any way he can get out.
Yes, Allgaier is stuck in the gravel pit there in turn 6. And without being able to move, NASCAR is going to have to throw the caution on this. Take another look at what happened here.
Top of the screen, you see the 7 backwards and the 87 chasing him off. I can't tell if there's contact or what exactly happened.
Yeah, Mike Skeen in the 87. See what he's able to do. He's able to keep his car rolling. That's the only way you stay out of getting stuck, and you got to chase this grass, get over there. But Allgaier in there sideways, he's done. You'll have to pull him out. Here it is, a battle for position. It's hard to know what happened before that, but clearly side by side on corner entry, both heavy braking.
They are side by side. Here comes Allmendinger to the inside. 3 wide for the lead as they go through 1. Connor Zilic has the advantage, though. He uses all of that runoff area, and he's got a car late, but there's carnage behind him.
Here they come to the top of the hill. It's Connor Zilic away with the lead. New customer in the back door. A.J. Allmendinger in the 16. He will go to position number 2 as the leaders hit the back straightaway.
Caution's out, guys. Caution is out. There's too many cars not moving. Austin hit.
Great forward momentum. Knows it. Turns to the inside. Drives underneath. But look what happens. The 9 into the 18. That stacks everybody up and chaos behind them. Sammy Smith, big damage right there. Got hit in the right front tire.
Yeah, that's the 21 hit was the 8.
Watch this chaos from the front.
Somebody gets off track, driver's left. That's a 26. He's thankful he got off track. He actually saved the car, maybe.
He got pushed out of the way. There was another car that pushed him off into the grass.
So now that 8 car, you see it right there. Looks like he may have gotten hit in the door, not in the wheel. He would hope so because it shouldn't do as much damage.
William Byron in 17 also involved in it. Oh no, look out. Yeah, Anthony couldn't even see where he was going.
Yeah, I think the car was damaged. Look at the right front tire. I don't think, not only could he not see, I don't think he could control the car.
As they get ready to enter the restart zone. And back under green. One car not rolling quick enough. He gets out of the way. Side by side into 1. Zilic will move the 1 up the racetrack, and Zilic clears easily the 1 of Mayer, and now up the S as he goes.
Connor Zilic away with the lead. Sam Mayer in the 1. Falls in second. A.J. Allmendinger could not get the job done on the restart there in the 16. He'll fall back to 3rd as Ty Gibbs is off the pace in the short chute, and the leaders head to the inner loop.
And a battle for second waging as Gibbs is trying to get off the racetrack. That's the exit of turn number 1, right where the cars come out of the pits. He's in a dangerous spot. We'll see if it stays green. The leaders working their way through the carousel. It's Zilic. Now they're crashing in the inner loop. You got Brandon Jones and maybe Mike Skeen involved there. Chaos at this end of the racetrack.
And the caution has come out before they got to the white flag. Now it's a fuel save race.
You wonder about everybody else. How are they going to make it?
Crash here in the bus stop. The 9 of Brandon Jones gets shoved out of the way.
The old what goes up must come down. Well, what goes off the track normally returns. Oh. The 9 gets right in front of the 87. Nowhere for the 87 to go.
Yeah, Mike Skeen. Look at the damage of that 9 car by just spinning in the grass. A splitter dug in, and here's Mike Skeen with nothing to do.
And the 1 team of Mayer reacting.
Well, and their confidence with the 19 running out of gas has to drop even more.
So far up through the gears, everybody inside the top 10 has been able to make it into turn 1. Side by side for the lead. Zilic up the racetrack, a wreck in the back, but off of the track. 3 wide for second. Connor Zilic out front.
They're leaning on each other for the second spot. 3 wide up to the S's. Here comes Connor Zilic in the 88. He'll grab the lead. Shane Van Gisbergen in the 97. To the outside of A.J. Allmendinger in the 16.
Mayer weaving his car back and forth. He may be out of fuel. Here's Colleague Racing teammates battling for the second spot into the bus stop. Van Gisbergen with the preferred line there. Allmendinger with the crossover. He goes now back to the outside. That's driver's left as Allgaier's in the wall. Back in the bus stop. Meanwhile, this battle for position up front continues. SVG trying to hang on to the second spot, and he does somehow.
Chandler Smith aggressively in the 81 trying to get up there and fight for that second spot. The 88 of Zilic trying to get to the white flag. The next flag that would come out after the white would end the race. Do they have enough fuel to go all the way around again? 3 wide now for second. The 97, and they wreck coming off of the turn. The white flag is out. Connor Zilic, does he have enough fuel to get all the way back around?
That's the only question for the leader. The question is, who will be second if he doesn't, Bags?
Here they come. Final time up the hill through the S's. It is chaos from second on back. Connor Zilic is leading everybody by a country mile. Sheldon Creed will get through for second. Here's the rugby sprung from third on back as the leaders hit the back straightaway for the final time.
And that was big for Creed to get to second. He is plenty good on fuel. Meanwhile, Herbst gets turned in front of the back half of the top 10. Another car slams into the wall. They are wrecking hard on the back straightaway as everybody piles in. Caution flag is out.
And this is great for Connor Zilic because the caution comes out. He's got to reduce his speed to a cautious pace, but he does have to get all the way back around. Even if he ran out of fuel right now, that doesn't guarantee a win.
He does have to get all the way back around.
And you're seeing right here, Sheldon Creed's trying to go by him, but he can't.
You can't pass him as long as the 88 runs a reasonable speed, and I believe he's doing just that. It's downhill from this point of the track, Rick. The 88 should be able to coast it home.
Look, you did a hell of a job today, buddy. I'm so proud of you. This was what the effort went into. Thank you, all you guys. 88 group, y'all been awesome the whole time.
The 18-year-old Connor Zilic is going to win in his first start at the Glen. Look at what brought the caution out.
And this is the restart. 0-0 going around. And I got to tell you, I can't believe there wasn't a caution before. The battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, it was wild.
Here was the 7 of Allgaier spinning in the bus stop.
Hey, look at this.
Out of 6, as they were coming to the white flag here, the one of Mayer back around. He got it refired and going again. And this was the reason for the caution on that backstretch. So much speed.
Yeah, Sieg with a big hit right there. That was a big impact. Oh, there it is. Wow.
Somebody involved back there.
Playoffs, let's go here at the Glen. Good start from Chastain, but Shane Van Gisbergen right behind him. Truex coming on the outside with Bowman as well. Great start, Chastain.
Ross Chastain away with the lead, but he can't get too far away. Here's Truex. Truex in the 19 is going to look to his inside in 2. Can't get the job done. 3, now 4-car breakaway up front. They're side by side for 5th. That is Austin Cindric in that orange 2 car. Right now racing side by side as they lead turn 4.
Daniel Suarez right there as well at the back of that duo. Now Austin Cindric peeks out of line on Cindric. This is a race for position just inside the top 5 as they work into the bus stop for the first time. Cindric, the outside lane. That's not preferred through that portion of the bus stop, but is preferred here. Give that spot to Cindric. Now they wreck. Christopher Bell out of the bus stop. Several other cars involved. Looks like Kyle Busch is in there as well as a few others. Everybody should be able to drive away, but the Busch car is going backwards headed down the bus stop.
And Denny Hamlin involved in that as well. Jeff, he's coming your way.
Yeah,
and the car doesn't look good.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin's coming my way. Kyle Busch, you can see the damage on his car. Left rear quarter.
It's the bus stop. We heard him call it live. Too wide up front, but they got through there clean. Back here a little bit further, you see a little tire lock up, a little bit of smoke. And then right there, kind of all on his own, the 8 gets spun around, and they pile in. Such a fast area of the racetrack. I thought that the 12 got through clean right there. A little bit of contact. It was interesting because he's down here at the bottom of the screen. I'm not sure what happened. Let's take another look at it.
Corey LaJoie in the 7. Watch on the outside too. Kyle Larson got extremely lucky. That's the moment where Busch gets turned. Christopher Bell, look at him go sideways and around.
What I don't understand is what happens to Blaney. Right, he's right here in the middle, just kind of going out of sight. We see the damage to the 11. Oh, this is on board Ty Gibbs. Oh, I said on his own. That might have been an exaggeration. I do believe the 7 got a little contact with the 8. Got him turned around there.
Here's the view from Hamlin.
Oh, right there. Right at the last minute.
So was that a late hit there from Montoya on Blaney, or had the damage already been done?
I still haven't really seen what happened. Look at Chris Buescher got through. I really haven't seen a good view of what happened to Blaney. I think we kind of see the cause. We see the effect, right? So here's the cause right here. The 7 from the grass over, catches the left rear of the 8 at the top of your screen as they spin. Everybody comes in. Now, right side of the screen, the yellow and white car into Brad Keselowski. Maybe it broke something in the left front. There was heavy contact with Brad, and then it looks like Blaney just goes straight.
Yeah.
So that contact with the driver of the 6 must have been what damaged. Well, here you go. On board, Blaney.
This is what everyone is worried about in the playoffs. Look at all the playoff drivers affected by this. Steve, this started yesterday. You had to unload, have speed, qualify better than you did, and if you were able to execute on that, you are ahead of this wreck.
Yeah, this is one of those that you can label it as bad luck, but if you qualified in the top 10, you kind of created better luck. It looked like Bell got away kind of unscathed. Blaney and Hamlin, I think, are the 2 playoff drivers that have the most damage.
Here it is again. Marty, let's talk more about Ryan Blaney. What you got?
So Ryan did not...
22 of Joey Logano. They're coming towards you. Logano goes to the inside and tags Allmendinger.
Yeah, I think whatever happened before the 22 caught him, because I see a little bit of movement in the back of the car. Really an absolute spectacular drive. Calm at the front, 3 wide further back. Reddick forces it 3 wide. The 99 gets a little contact, gets loose, contacts the 45 and spins it around. I think it was the 2, the orange car, top center of the screen, if you can make it out. I mean, how do you blame anybody? Briscoe into the 2, into the 99, who gets the 45. I mean, it's the game of contact telephone. Here you go, pushing and pushing and pushing. Not everyone's going to make it, and that time it was the 45 of Reddick getting spun around.
Here's the view from Reddick, the Xfinity Mobile on board. This has been an expensive day so far for about 6 or 7 of the 16 playoff drivers.
And this is
99
a busy
car
pit road.
spun around,
Chase it.
99 car spun around in turn 6. He is borderline in the gravel. He's stuck. He cannot get out. NASCAR's going to have to throw the caution here.
This has been such a crazy day for playoff drivers.
And this is day over for Chastain and SVG. They try to run 1 extra lap. Will they get to pit road before the yellow? It's a drag race. The 1 and the 16, they will not make
RFK.
Yeah, the other thing it did, Steve, is that all those guys behind him, here he is, Suarez just locked the rear tires up, had problems getting into 6. But the other thing that did is that the guys behind Chastain.
And that's because of that position. I think if they're up inside the top 5, they're a lot more respectful, but they just know they have to get going.
Treble up in turn number 2. Denny Hamlin is around, and he's got contact on the back of his race car. Hamlin comes to grief at the bottom of the S's. He's able to refire the car, but as you can tell by the crowd here in turn 2, they are happy about Denny Hamlin, but I guarantee you he is not.
These playoffs was unsealed when it shouldn't have been. Massive loss of points. Crashed at Daytona, crashed in the big wreck. Recovered at Darlington, and here just gets put into the wall.
Yeah, 3 wide. I mean, basically he uses the runoff, but the same 5 and 6 that we were showing you were side by side. Brad basically is like, look, man, if you're going to go to that runoff, you're just not going to squeeze me and have me lift. You see all that dirty rubber. I think the 11 knows he has to get in line. 3 cars just don't fit on the entry to the S's, Jeff.
Yeah, Steve, look, this is simple to me. Denny Hamlin in desperation mode. This right here normally is a lift. I can't be 3 wide on the outside. Instead, he piles it in there in the worst position he can possibly be in contact. And this is how the playoffs have been for them. Did not approach Atlanta effectively. Had trouble here early. Qualified not great. And then, in my opinion, just an overreaction and a desperation move by Denny.
A team that you don't normally so calculated. Everything they do is calculated. I don't know, the playoffs just have not seemed like the 11 signature.
3 playoff drivers going 3 side by side into the S's.
for outside the top 20. Gap Logano through the bus stop as the rest of the cars work into the bus stop. Now we have Cass Gralla spun around at the exit of turn number 7. He is off the racing line. We'll have to see if this is going to bring out a caution or not. He's able to get going, but heavy damage to the rear end of that 15 car.
Heavy damage, man. He had to make some real significant contact.
Heavy rear end damage.
And sent him off into that final corner. Let's take a look. Oh, looks like that.
Daniel Hemrick?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what.
It's not. Who's got the speed? Who's got the better tires? Time to bring the action at the Glen. Let's go. Chris Buescher with an excellent placement of his car, but it opens up that inside line barrier to SVG.
SVG had an open lane, but he wasn't close enough to capitalize. Instead, it's Chris Buescher. He'll punch his way through to the lead. Hocevar now second. SVG is third. They're going to stack them up double wide for fourth. A couple of white and blue cars there at the top of your screen. Chastain and Briscoe, and there's trouble further back. William Byron gets launched up onto the retaining wall. Brad Keselowski's involved. Everybody else will find their way through, but William Byron up and in the air with Keselowski pinned underneath.
My goodness. The defending race winner, William Byron, playoff driver, William Byron, playoff driver, Brad Keselowski. The craziness at the Glen continues. We posed the question right at the beginning of the day. Would this be a wild card?
Let's take a look at what happened. There it is, the orange and blue car side by side with Logano. Oh, Logano kind of gets into the 6 or vice versa, but either way, man, what a hit for the 24.
It was super tight. That is such a funnel through there. It is way tighter than it appears on television. And there was nothing between it. Here's the view from Tyler Reddick. Look up ahead.
Very, very fortunate for the 24. The double height of the Armco there, the extra third layer, not just a normal 2-height Armco, but a triple height Armco. You see all the way at the top of it. That gets very, very scary if he gets above that Armco into the catch fence. Fortunately, not the case. It's so hard to tell, we see the beating and banging. I don't know who's in the appropriate lane. It's so, you said, narrow and S's.
Yeah. It's just a funnel, right? It's just a tunnel up there. And by the way, that section is blind when you're coming up there and coming around to the right. And William had just gone to the left of Logano. Logano kind of got hung up a little bit on Brad Keselowski. And happened in a split second.
Almost got a second camera.
Yep.
Green.
Van Gisbergen gave Buescher a little bit of a bump, and it's hurt him because they open up that gap. He's going to have to go deep on the brakes. He's got Chastain on his outside. Mike Bagley, they're coming to you.
Chris Buescher breaks away with the lead again. Hocevar trying to hang on to second. He'll chop off Shane Van Gisbergen. But here's SVG on the attack. He'll look to the outside for a moment. And there's trouble further back. Tyler Reddick's around. Kyle Busch is involved. That's Reddick in the 45 and Busch in the 8. Trying to right their cars. Trouble mid-pack on back as everybody in front of them was able to escape.
We're going to overtime. Towards the back of the pack. How did it unfold?
How can you tell?
I know.
4 wide, total chaos. It looked like the 38. It starts with the 38 trying to get over for turn 2. He contacts the 9, who gets somebody to his left right there.
Got Elliott.
Yeah, Elliott, who gets Barry, and then they stack up. Truex, pretty hard damage into the wall. We'll see if the 19 has to come to the attention of the crew, and Reddick finally gets turned around on the nose of the 8.
Haley was behind Martin Truex. Here's another view. Tyler Reddick. So I think Gilliland may have got on the grass on the inside that unsettled his car, that sent him over into Chase Elliott, which caused that effect.
Yeah, I agree. You're going to see the 38 kind of come over, get the 9, who gets Josh Berry, then it's a stack up behind him. I mean, look, they're 4 wide, 5 wide, trying to get across that short chute. It just doesn't work. I'm actually more astonished anytime they figure it out than I am when it actually turns into an accident.
So that was the view from Kyle Larson's HendrickCars.com Chevy. You saw him get a little shove there. That's what unsettled Gilliland. See him just clip the grass there, and then he's still trying to gather it up, and then gets into Elliott and then to Berry.
We'll add the list to 11 playoff drivers now with the issues including Truex. The 11 of Denny Hamlin gets the free pass. We'll see if that turns into any sort of points for him.
Yeah, so these late race restarts on road courses are wild. You go back and watch this. Look at the 5 car. He's trying to protect that spot. Gilliland wants the spot. Contact there, right? And that little bit of contact creates Gilliland gets slow, moves up the racetrack a little bit, but it all started because of the contest and the block. Watch right here. You can see a good view of it here. See Larson with the block right there? Gilliland had forward momentum, contact here, and now contact with the 9. They just all started trying to protect that position. No one wants to be in that second groove going up these S's. Joey Logano talked about it. There's all the marbles are built up there, so you don't want to be there. So you're trying to protect, you're trying to get to the bottom of the racetrack.
1 lap to go to figure it out. 7 corners at the Glen to try to stay clear of Chris Buescher. The battle on for 3rd behind with Chastain and Hocevar.
And no matter what happens on this lap, the race will be determined. Do you know what? If you go back to 2012, a former NASCAR driver by the name of Marcus Ambrose drove to a spectacular victory being hounded by Brad Keselowski. Brad Keselowski is one of the co-owners of the team of the car doing the chasing. Chris Buescher is hounding down Shane Van Gisbergen, who happens to be mentored by Marcus Ambrose. Marcus will be back in Australia watching this, and it's shades of Keselowski and Ambrose all over again. Buescher gets on the inside of SVG and says, "You pushed me around earlier, I'm going to give it back." Incredible on this final lap. Van Gisbergen's only got 1 real shot left at it. Maybe 2. Thinks about it into turn 6. Did Buescher save the best to last? Or has Van Gisbergen got a little payback? He gets wide. He loses it almost. He has to gather it up, but he can't do it. Chris Buescher wins at the Glen in the most spectacular style. What did we just see?
I'm so proud of you, man. So proud of you. That was awesome. Great job, guys. Great job.
Just loses grip the slightest bit and into the wall.
Yeah, got in
what he's seeing in his mirror. Y'all worry with each other. I got stuff to do up here.
Yeah,
but here they come.
I think Matt Mills is going to be. Ooh.
Final lap, stage 2, caution is out, and that will end the stage. And it's for Connor Zilic, who was running inside the top 5.
Can he get it fired up and on his way?
Those
Nick
are the 2
Sanchez
trucks right there.
Behind Zilic and gets into him into the corner. And look at this. Amazing that he didn't collect that outside wall and tear his truck up. Just slid up high, kept on sliding, and both of them continued on their way.
Yeah, and that's the most vulnerable you are is entering the corner.
That's crazy.
Zilic was sitting in that awkward position on the banking, couldn't get it completely turned around, so he did lose a lap there, being scored now in the 29th position.
And Sanchez took credit. Stuck back there in that traffic.
But he's not as good as the 38. Caution is out for, we'll see what brings out the yellow flag. It's the 45 of Caden Honeycutt.
Serious damage to that 45.
Yeah, he had made his way up inside the top 15. Remember it. Oh, Daniel.
Wow.
Got sideways and spun. May have cut that left rear tire down in turn 4, and then Caden Honeycutt came along with nowhere to go.
That's a flat tire.
That's a flat tire right there. He's doing his best to try to keep it straight. Unfortunately, Caden Honeycutt is what he needed to.
We're going to take a break. We'll keep you side by side. Riggs leading Heim, Eckes, Caruth, and Crafton, and we have a caution. We'll keep it right here. Jack Wood in the 91 brings out our 4th yellow of the night. You guys predicted it. We won't be green from here when we got the restart.
Up inside the top 20. So it might have been a little help. Did he get a little help there from possibly Ben Rhodes in the 99? He was the closest truck to Jack Wood in that Mongoose Chevrolet.
Rarely do you just...
Great Coliseum. White flag is out for Lane Riggs. Lane Riggs is on an absolute heater. He goes back to back and wins it at Bristol.
Asphalt, his numbers so impressive, flexing his muscles here at Bristol early. Oh, it's a 0-0 into the wall.
Cole Custer early into the wall, running a little bit higher line, and you see the lettering on the tires is rubbed off now. He hit hard.
He's going to try to find a way down as the race continues with the 7 and the 81. Now the yellow. Go fast on it, but it allows Cole Custer to drive his car to the surface of his pits.
So it's early on. We saw Allgaier working his way up for the lead, but then it was the 0-0 of Cole Custer who's brought out the first caution. Next, CW Sports Weekend continues as San Jose State battles.
And this is another part-time Earnhardt in the field. Jeffrey just limited starts, and we go yellow.
Caution is out, and the 31 of Parker Retzlaff is involved, as well as the 32, Austin Green. And look at this, race leader. Allgaier has the back of the car torn off.
This is the fear at Bristol. Doesn't even matter if you're lead, so they're going to have to reattach it. Let's see exactly what happens. Hard to tell. The 32's top, sparking. Obviously has some sort of issue, either a tire down or another issue. We saw the sparks. The 7, there you go. Into the wall, out of control. Catches the rear bumper of the 7.
Yeah, that's Bristol, right? I mean, there was absolutely nothing Allgaier could do right there. Clearly some sort of mechanical issue with Austin Green. And Parker Retzlaff caught up in it.
So repairs are going to have to be made to the 7. This is a great shot right here from Chandler Smith. Rarely are you thankful you're in second and not the lead, but at that time, Chandler was happy he was about a second behind the 7. So yes, Rick, the 7 will have to come to pit with the pack.
And there's only 12 laps to go, but a close call here. Look at this. Little contact there. So Leland Honeyman in the 42.
Well, that's the problem of having to go to the back, right? Is you're behind everything that's happening on track.
That was a product there of the 07 of Greg Van Alst, who went up the racetrack, slowed down. The 42 had to avoid. 4-year-old out of Westport, Connecticut, Parker Kligerman. Take a look at this.
Yeah, we don't know what happened down the back straightaway, but I don't know how this wasn't a massive wreck. NASCAR thought it was going to be one as well, and they threw the caution, but I'm not sure he ever hit anything.
And he's radioed back to his team, I don't think I have flat spots on my tires.
I mean, that was impressive.
They're going to change him anyway. He's at 7. Once again, Allgaier trying to fight back.
Oh, contact. The 18 hits the rear bumper, the 1 on corner exit. An amazing save.
Whoa! Oh, and then around goes the 7. The 7 noses into the wall, and the caution comes out.
That all started contact with the 18 into the 1, stacked them all up, and then they tried to go 3 wide on corner exit. The 7 thought they were 2 wide. The replay really is about a lap.
The sparks underneath the 7. Here's that replay.
So right here, the 18 catches the 1 on corner entry. The 1 is loose. Now he's gaining it. He has no speed. The 18 thinks he's going to go 3 wide middle, and the 7 thinks he's 2 wide bottom.
There you go. So Allgaier in that 7 car, he is not expecting the 18 to not be all the way up the racetrack. Contact there, right? So here comes the 7. Here comes the 18 trying to turn underneath the 1, and there's contact. Allgaier just had no concept that the 18 wasn't going to be against the wall.
And if I'm spawned to 7, I probably have no idea as well, because while the 18 turns down the hill, look, he's not really inside the 1, right? I mean, he has every right to run off the wall a little bit, but the 18, look, I don't think it's on purpose. He didn't turn left to hit the 7, but he was trying to protect that middle lane, thinking he was going to drive 3 wide middle at the end of the straightaway, and the 7 thought he had real estate. The 7 of Allgaier is obviously going to be frustrated. Let's listen.
Hit pretty hard at the end of the front stretch, or back stretch.
Yeah, I saw it.
Was that my fault?
I don't want to talk about it right now. Let's just fix it.
Than what we're seeing out of Sheldon Creed, and he's closed it within a car length now.
Yeah, I think Steve is exactly. Whoa!
7th around, and the right rear tire goes down, and the caution comes out again. Marty, what's going on? Why do we have this caution?
Rick, they never got the damage fixed for Justin Allgaier, and he was just hanging on.
Etc. With a broken car, you just have to take the time to fix it correctly.
And you see just out of control. Finally, the right rear tire goes down. I don't know. I think it was soft, and then that last big explosion you see is probably the inner liner.
So Allgaier came in with a 43-point advantage over Cole Custer for that regular season championship, as Marty mentioned. On 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank.
White flag this time.
Cole Custer, a year ago in Phoenix, was able to capture the Xfinity Series championship earlier this year. He locked himself into the playoffs with the win at Pocono. Now he's going to win at Bristol, and he wins the regular season.
Hell yeah, guys. It's Bristol night race. First time. Man.
Another playoff driver, a car that was very good in the spring.
Caution is out.
Yellow. Yellow's out.
John Hunter Nemechek, he was having issues down the back straightaway. Looks like a left rear tire may be low. He got really loose. Ended up spinning out.
And look at that. Yeah, look at that right rear.
Had trouble off of 2, and then ultimately whatever happened to the car spun contact.
Pretty significant contact, too. Right there, it looks like all the tires are still inflated. I was trying to see if that right rear might have gone down beforehand. Oh, right there. What do we got there? A little contact. Hard to tell what. Oh, man, he's still chasing it, isn't he, Jeff?
Yeah, they got stacked up. I think he got really high in 1 and 2 and got up against the wall and you know, maybe cut a tire, maybe damaged the right rear toe link, something.
Here tonight at Bristol Motor Speedway. It certainly won't end for the 9 the way that it's going right now for Chase Elliott, so long as he continues. But there's a caution out. Oh. Caution is out. And the man who locked himself in at Atlanta Motor Speedway, Joey Logano.
Maybe a flat.
Should we get a flat?
What caused this? Some little damage to the nose, but not super.
Started 22nd, up to 12th. Oh, contact there.
Can't tell from that angle whether there's contact from behind, or I still can't really tell. Either way, he gets just kind of spit out of line.
I think that was the slow car of Josh Bilicki in the top lane.
And Ryan Preece was in there.
So how bad is this race car, Steve? It's really hard. The guy on the bottom is all the way on the bottom. Briscoe's not doing that. He is running the middle of the racetrack. I think some of that has to do with caution.
Caution. Got one officer.
Caution is out, and it's the 7 of Corey LaJoie.
Having such a good night. He was running in 11th, qualified in the top 10.
Might be right front totally.
This is his final drive for Spire Motorsports before transitioning to Rick Ware Racing for next week's race. Let's show you how it went down for LaJoie.
Kind of in the middle there. Oh, man.
Josh Berry.
Contact with Josh Berry. From that angle, it's hard to tell. I mean, definite contact, but I can't really tell. It's late in the corner to know who's climbing, who's going. I'm sure there's way more to it than that. Probably starts even earlier. Here we're going to see it.
Well, he gets loose.
Yep.
He gets loose and loses momentum. See right there, he's loose. And then I think he gets slow, and Josh Berry just doesn't get slowed up and gets into the back of him.
White flag as quickly as I can. Well, that white flag has come. And Kyle Larson is on his way home. It has been a stellar first-class performance under the lights in Bristol. Kyle Larson is the man. Cliff Daniels says, there you go, you took care of business.
That's fun.
Awesome run from his teammate Chase Elliott as well.
Third time, but the first time for contact as the 42 of Matt Mills and the 91 of Corey Day got together. Big hit for Corey Day. You see the front of that race truck.
Going down the back stretch here, this is kind of confusing, Phil. We were reviewing this during caution. Watch the 42.
I'm not sure what happened there. That was Taylor Gray. Remember, Taylor went back, made a second pit stop, so he was at the back, making his way back towards the front.
That's a huge hit for Corey Day.
Corey Day and Matt Mills were battling for position as well.
But what happened there?
I'm not sure why that truck all of a sudden turned right like it did. See if we can take a look from Grant Enfinger's on board. We saw him move to the inside, and I'm just not sure what caused that truck to veer right as hard as it did. That's hard down. That is not a position. Butterbean is being shown one lap down in the 22nd position.
Ty Majeski in turn one. 5 laps to go. The 33, Lawless Allen.
See if it keeps the debris off the racetrack. He's down on the apron. He's doing all he can do to stay out of the racing line, off the racing surface.
He makes it to pit road.
Rhodes is out of gas.
Oh, so is Majeski. Majeski's out of gas.
Majeski's out. He drops low on the racetrack. The white flag is out. The 11 of Corey Heim. Here he comes. Goes around Ty Majeski. Final lap from Kansas.
Wow. Told you had enough time to get there. Wasn't even close.
You nailed it, Michael. The white flag comes out. Not enough fuel to make it to the finish. The 11 of Corey Heim started in the back, worked his way forward, dominated the race, and he gets the win at his favorite racetrack, Kansas Speedway.
Oh, me, what a race, huh?
Up, so I think there's some contact right here. The 16 of Allmendinger right on his left rear. Oh, pretty hard contact. For these Xfinity cars, think about the entire right side kind of like a sail. And when the car turns left, that sail leans on like a crutch.
And now he spins and brings out the caution.
Yeah, the damage is worse. So obviously some more contact on the 8. As I was saying, that right rear quarter panel, you lean on it like a crutch. And when it gets damaged, you just don't have the grip around the corners.
Completed laps. This caution coming out on lap 7.
Here you go. This is the second problem he had. Just got really loose and around the car goes. No damage as far as additional to the car, but sliding on these tires, he's flat spotted them. He'll have to come in and put a new set on.
So a tough start for the 8, Sammy Smith, one of the playoff drivers. He was the last one in on points, fought his way into the playoffs, and now race 1 and 7 laps in, he brings out the first caution. Start zone, and back up through the gears they go. Fanning out 3 wide again, Connor Zilich in the 88 with a pretty good restart, but now drifting up the racetrack.
Oh, trouble!
And around goes the 7, Allgaier. He's going to make contact with the inside wall. And hard contact. Allgaier coming into this first race of the playoffs as the #1 seed.
Just bring it right to us.
We've talked about this track, Rick. It is
underneath the 18. The 18 was having trouble, and just around the 7 goes, and that looks harmless. But that contact with the inside wall is not.
It looks to me like the 18 and the 7 were both basically wrecking. Both ran out of real estate, and the 7 had to keep turning the wheel left and spins out. I think he gets aero tight. There's a car on his left side, Jeff, that I think drives the 7 up the racetrack, not on purpose, but where the 88 is, I think it kind of drives the 7 up the racetrack.
Yeah, watch the 88, the bright yellow car on the bottom. Right there, he loses the bottom. That kind of stacked him up behind, and then the 18 of Creed just gets loose.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Zilich, while it did affect the whole thing, I don't think he's a cause of any of it. I think it's the 18 just getting loose, which then gets the 7 to check up. He's in a really tough spot right here.
That's right. It's just simply aggressive restarts and a little bit of contact, and as soon as that gets made, it shoves the left front of the 7 down to the inside, and there it is, big damage. This racetrack, everybody talks about just want to get out of the first round. It's easier said than done because of things like this at this racetrack. It's just aggressive restarts.
But, you know, I'll add that this is not the speed we expected out of the 7. While you can't prevent wrecks or guarantee avoiding wrecks, they happen less from first, second, third, fourth. When you get back there, 8th, 9th, 10th, you're stacked up.
Sam Mayer is going to win stage 2. Second stage win of 2024. The 98 goes around. Did he have some help from the 21?
Oh, there was definite contact. I couldn't tell who changed lanes and who's at fault, but there was definite contact between the 21 and the 98.
And that cost him stage points.
18's coming. I think the 98 doesn't go up to leave a lane for the 18. No,
he was sliding, even as the 21 got to the back bumper. Herbst was loose. He slides through the grass and doesn't gain any stage points.
When you can hear the tires squealing from in the car, that's loose.
Yeah. I'm going to take your word on it.
Yeah.
I don't want to ride on board.
And Eric Almirola into the wall also in that 20.
Yeah, he's trying to find that last 5% to make up for that slower pit stop. He's inside the top 10. And I think he knows he has a car that can win the race, and that's why you're starting to see him.
Back out in front of the grandstands. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. Eric Almirola. Just a few starts in this 20. He's been to victory lane already at Martinsville. As I mentioned before, 3 other drivers have won twice in the 20. This could be the 8th win for the 20 in 2024. Almirola is going to grab his 6th career Xfinity Series win, and it happens here at Kansas.
I told you, boys. I told you. Here in Kansas. Let's go. Let's get the next phase of the playoffs started. Briscoe looking for an early inside move on Blaney. Couldn't quite get it done. Wow, there's already an incident. At the back of the pack, Josh Berry is one of the cars.
Lock it down.
Mentioned Josh Berry, the 16 as well. Ty Dillon, we saw him spinning around. My eyes are peeled for the 9 of Chase Elliott to see if he got through the mess. Remember, he was back there as well. Because of that required engine change, I think he was fortunate enough to sneak through. There's Chase. Doesn't look right in the back.
Berry's down on that low side. Look at Ty Dillon. Busher checks up. Harrison Burton was in the middle there as well, and Jimmy Johnson making contact with Ty Dillon.
Yeah, it looked like the 9 of Chase Elliott gaining some spots on the outside, and then 4 wide on corner exit. It's just narrow. It seems like hard to tell from that angle, but the 21 was to the right of the 16. Then you had the 16, and there was a car to the left, and it looked like they converged onto the 16.
If you look in front of them, they get slow. Right in front of this. Kind of checked everybody up.
You know what that is? That's a restart wreck. That's a restart wreck at Kansas. We're going to see this time and time again.
Yeah, the Chase Elliott gets in the wall. Wonder how much damage it is, and it's always worrisome when you start in the back.
Keep an eye on that 9. 4 wide. Elliott goes around the outside, and this is where things start to go sideways.
See, Busher slows down there. Not sure if the 16 got into the side of the 21 or the 21 came down, but either way, contact. Here you go. This would be a great shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure the cause. Well, we know the cause, and it's contact between the 16, the 21, and the 4. And either way, this is the result. 84 Jimmy Johnson, as mentioned before, had some damage. Whew, that's exciting for the 9.
Lap 1.
Yeah, the right side.
Yeah. Just a moment ago, so far goal accomplished for Christopher Bell on the pole, trying to, for the first ever time, oh, the
Marty,
5
we've got issues.
is in the wall. We'll check on that
goodness.
then.
Remember what happened in Atlanta? The 5 crashed out in spectacular style in the first race of the playoffs.
A whole bunch of them coming down.
Now the number 1 seed, Kyle Larson, who dominated last weekend in Bristol, has issues. First race of a new round. Carson Hocevar right behind. Kyle goes up high, but something's already happened. That rear right.
He had a tire down. Right rear tire went down. You can see it sparking, hitting the racetrack, Steve.
You see the right rear tire, you see the dust. What that is the vertical strakes, the carbon fiber off the diffuser. Right rear tire goes flat, drops the back of the car, the diffuser hits the ground. Listen. You can hear the tire pop, you can hear the flat tire hitting the wheel well. Actually pretty fortunate he was running the top because he kind of half spins and the wall catches him. I'm sure there's slight damage, but if he's running the bottom of the racetrack, that's probably day over for the 5 car.
That is exactly right, Steve. Watch right here. When the tire fails, the car sets down, the right rear comes around, touches the wall, right front comes and touches the wall. If he is in the middle of the racetrack or on the bottom, that car spins for them because some of that stuff is very difficult to fix will they ever get that speed back.
How about Eric Jones? Up high, too high, in the wall, and he was forced to come to pit road. Speed that we were kind of expecting all the way back in Atlanta. He had those plug wire issues. They addressed those, but then he chose strategically to run at the back of the pack. Caution is out.
Eric Jones again. We saw him early in the race, got in the wall and had to pit.
Lost it off of 4. Just turned down there.
Well, there you go. He said he just lost it, and now it's stuck in the grass. It just came around on him, and he's all by himself, and that is certainly what happened.
Well, remember, Jones didn't get to run this race in the spring. He was coming off that huge wreck at Talladega where he broke his back.
Yeah.
So we're going to Talladega next week. It's just a reminder of how dangerous this is.
Look at that car. It just digs in the grass. And then it just can't get out. They have to come and pull him out.
Been an eventful day for Eric. Replay runs. We've got a caution on the racetrack.
Daniel Hemrick had gotten slow in the middle of 1 and 2. Oh, got really loose, hits the wall. Tries to get going again. Now he's on the bottom of the racetrack with damage.
So I'm guessing at this point, the toe link or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and remember, he announced that he is not returning to this ride next year. Not sure what his plans are.
Just a lazy spin right here. Luckily, nobody was running the bottom as he slid on top, back up on the racetrack.
Listen to this.
Well, that was a bad break for them, but a good break for Kyle Larson.
Back in the lead lap for the 5.
Let's have a listen.
Slow 1, go. Rolling good. Push to you now. On you. Gap half behind. Room in front. Half behind. Half behind. Half behind. Being shoved towards you. Half in line. Higher. Half higher. Bowman shooting middle by 1. Middle's closer. Middle's closer. Half inside. Inside. Top of 3. Keep Truex for a push. 2 wide. 2 wide. 2 wide. 2 wide. 2 wide. 2 wide. Still there. Still inside. 1 inside. 1 inside. 1.
Big issue here, Justin Haley, John Hunter Nemechek.
Looks very similar to the first wreck of the day.
Sure does.
Stack up off turn 2, and these two cars got spit out of line. We can see the racing at the front. We'll have to go back and take a look at what happens. Harrison, let's see what happens here. Top of the screen, 3 wide. That yellow roof in the middle, all the way back. Man.
Whoa.
So I don't know what exactly happened there. Something seems completely amiss for the 7 to just turn dead left on the 42.
Yeah, that was right in front of Kyle Larson, but watch the 7 car right here. Just hangs the left. I'm not so sure that, I mean, look at the 42, how high up in the air he got. I wonder if there's a mechanical issue or something.
I can't wait to hear what Justin Haley has to say. Remember, that's Haley behind the wheel, first week in the 7 for Spire. I mean, I can't tell if the left rear is flat, like before it turns left, something happens.
Watch behind the 7 car. Does something, see right there?
Yeah, it's like
something
a
comes
tape
off
or something.
I don't know if that's.
And then if he goes nice and slow, I mean,
Nobody's coming down.
There's no contact, no contact, no contact. And that right there, I mean, he's turning left. The poor 42, John Hunter has no idea what's happened.
Yeah, something happened. Justin Haley's not the kind of driver just to turn left like that.
There's either some complete miscommunication between spotter and driver or a mechanical issue. NASCAR has confirmed it's 21 of Harrison.
But it just wasn't there. Contact with Chastain down the backstretch, heading to 3. So starting last and just carefully, methodically, he's got his way up. But the 2, Austin Cindric, one of the playoff drivers, in trouble.
Those right side tires are flat. Running in 13th place. First stage, he got stage points, finished 7th.
Inside of Kyle Busch. Oh, just breaks loose.
And contact here. Let's see some damage on the right front. That was contact.
Yeah, it was odd. I couldn't tell if
right there.
Oh yeah.
We're almost at the end of stage 2.
Riding along with Chase Elliott.
Has had contact with Chastain. The incident happened behind those guys.
Yeah, let's see if the 8 comes off the wall. I don't understand when, you know, Cindric, to me, I was looking at the top of the screen. I'm sure there's more to it, but let's watch the 8 relative to the wall and the 2 relative to the 8.
Yeah, the 2 goes right. That's very odd. I don't know if he's trying to get to his left rear quarter panel to side draft him to pull him back and just misjudges it.
Did they connect and then that right rear go down and then that's what snapped him?
I think it's just bangs the right front, and once the front of the car turns left, it starts to spin out.
And watch as it comes around. It grazes the wall here. Right there. It hits the wall. So how much damage did that do?
Well, you see right there the color from the wall, a little bit of damage to the splitter.
Fine. Briscoe gives him the top, but now Briscoe up to the top. No, he doesn't. Oh, he pitches him off.
Whoa, we hit the wall! Busch is gone! It's over for Kyle Busch.
Let off here, let it roll, let it roll. Caution is out.
A day that looked like a dream run and maybe a victory run has come to an end.
Controversial as well. With racing with the 14. Very, very tight racing for a car that was trying to stay on
the top. Kyle Busch, good forward momentum. Here comes Briscoe up the racetrack.
I mean, Briscoe gave him 95% of a lane. I'm not sure it was a whole car width, and the 8 lost control. I mean, you see it gasses up. He's going to try to get to the outside of the 14 if there's room for a car there, which I think there is. It's by like a few inches.
Yeah, it's a few inches, and the problem was that Kyle Busch couldn't be patient in that situation because of the fact Chastain being right behind him. He thinks Briscoe's giving him the top, and he's not. And the way Briscoe entered turn 1, I would have thought.
William Byron sitting center of track. Bowman and Byron The Hendrick teammates have had a really good day today, and Byron goes, there's a big crash. Carson Hocevar is in it. Yet another incident shortly after a restart. The Spire Motorsports Chevy driver has had a good day up to that point. What happened to the rookie? High side, Briscoe's down below. Gets hit by Gilliland.
Yeah, he had trouble. He had to lift off the gas, and Gilliland just didn't get slowed down.
The 77 was kind of half wrecking, and then the 38 showed up on the scene, couldn't get slowed down, trying to, you know, in normal traction considerations, the 38's thinking about pushing the 77, but the 77 was kind of tail happy off the corner and finally came around. You mentioned
a second. They're coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go here in Kansas, presented by Credit One Bank. It's 2 Chevrolet-powered cars from 2 different racing organizations at the front. 1 non-playoff driver, 1 playoff driver. Who wants this more? If William Byron stays where he is, he's still going to leave Kansas as the top-seeded driver as he takes a shot on the low line on Ross Chastain. Checkered flag is waiting, and it's going to be win number 1 for season 2024 for Car One. Ross Chastain and Trackhouse Racing win in Kansas.
Way to go.
The 31-year-old
sideways, hangs onto it in the trial. Oh, and there's a crash. There's Sanchez. He can't hang on. Caution out for the 2nd time today, 1st time for incident. And I said Sanchez can't hang on, but boy, he brought it around in a much better position than I thought he would. The 99 Ben Rhodes, the 77 is Chase Purdy.
There's Sanchez. You can see damage on that right side, left front. I'm going to tell you what, Connor Zilich did a nice job avoiding major contact.
And again, you know, it's relative to Taylor Gray trying to get back in line, but he didn't do anything wrong.
No.
He had to be somewhere.
And it just disrupted things at the front of that pack. And we saw how on the edge of control everyone was anyway. He just tries to squeeze down. Is that Stephen Parsons in the Bob Sales truck? Squeeze down in front of Stephen. They got by with that, but that just tells you how disruptive things were. And as we go up toward the front of the battle, you can see Sanchez and Zilich squeezing together. Johnny Saunders squeezes through on the outside with Ben Rhodes and Chase Purdy into the wall. I just feel like if you watch.
There's another view of Matt Mills and Stephan getting together. Nice save by Matt Mills after that contact.
Zilich just gets into the back of the 2. But watch them both just slide along. Guys slipping by on the outside. I believe those trucks are both repairable, and we know how important this draft is. They could get right back in this game, but I think that's a mistake by Zilich. A little bit more closing run than I think he thought he had on Sanchez, and he put him right into the grand end favor.
You know, Michael, he may have been pushed by the 19 of Christian Eckes.
Let's see what Daniel Dye saw. Look at this.
Had a truck go down through the grass with a nice save.
Brett Holmes in the 32, right there.
Boy, Enfinger was really fortunate as well.
I mean, Zilich and Sanchez started that mess, and I believe they can repair those trucks. We'll see. A little bit more damage on that left side. A lot of things going on at pit road.
Watch that white truck right there. Norm Benning, he gets turned around.
Stephen Parsons coming out of his box.
It looked like Stephan was coming out of his pit box and got into Norm as he.
They have crashed again. Our 2nd crash of the day brings out our 3rd caution and some big players involved.
Yeah, you can see here coming through the tri-oval, that's Stephen Parsons we're highlighting. He's pushing hard, Jake Garcia, and Jake has to back off the gas right there when Christian Eckes pulls up, and Stephan with nowhere to go. He was right on his bumper, and here they all go crashing. See Tanner Gray into it, Matt Mills.
Connor Zilich back there, right side of your screen.
Here comes playoff driver Taylor Gray and Tyler Ankrum. All these trucks spinning. I think our 2 playoff guys here didn't have any damage to speak of.
Yeah, Jake Garcia had no choice but to back off the throttle when Eckes pulled up in front of him, and again, Stefan had no time to react.
Look at the 17 of Gray spinning in the dirt, but getting through there. I think he's going to be fine. Let's go on board with Lane Riggs and see what he sees. This is going to be a hard wreck. Bam.
Ugh. Saw Corey Heim drive by on the grass below Lane Riggs.
Makes my bones hurt just listening to it after all these years. There's the contact from the 15 into the back of Stefan, and Stefan into the back of Jake.
Yeah, they were making up good ground till Eckes pulled out in front of him. Watch Corey Heim drive by on the inside. Looked like Ankrum got down in the grass. He spun in the grass. I don't think there was any contact with the 18 of Ankrum.
Let's watch this black truck of Brett Holmes. Look at the job he does. He's up high in the middle of the crash. Down low, barely gets through.
I'm telling you, I think Ankrum's going to be okay, guys. I don't think there's any damage.
I think it's the same for Gray, Phil. I think both of those trucks are going to be able to patch them up and go again.
It all started when Eckes pulled to the outside. Grant Enfinger actually pulled to the outside right in front of Eckes as well.
Those split-second decisions they make. Wow. Connor Zilic with
down here with Jake Garcia. Jake, you were making some moves towards the front. What happened in that one?
Yeah, you know, just the push gone wrong there. The intensity was picking up a lot there at the end, and yeah, that's super speedway racing, you know. So that's kind of what you get when you put a bunch of trucks out there with restrictor plates going 180 miles an hour. So you know, it's just super speedway racing. But I want to thank all my guys who had a really fast truck, ran up front all day, and you know, I want to thank Qantas Services. I want to thank Duke and Rhonda Thorson for giving me the opportunity, and I want to thank God for everything. And you know, I just really thankful for this opportunity, and just hopefully we can move on. We got 3 more races, I think, then to end of the years.
Talk about a push gone wrong or a block that was applied a little bit late. Let's see if we can see what happens here.
I think a push by Eckes.
Yeah, I think Eckes got into the back of Sanchez. And look at that slide. Oh, Keith McGee barely slipped by the 2 of Sanchez and into another competitor.
Here's another look at it. You see Enfinger pulls to the outside. And there's a push right there. Nick did his best to stay with it.
He did a great job of fighting that thing.
That's twice today that he's been involved in a crash. Now, earlier he had some contact right here, stays off of everyone, but just remarkable to execute once it gets away from you at 180 miles per hour.
See, I think it's a Daniel Dye that comes along, and watch Daniel. Oh, there was definitely contact. Turned him sideways into the grass, and he just kept with it. Great job. Great job by Daniel Dye.
Thank you for bringing us these great pictures, Daniel.
Pretty hard contact from the 28 truck right there of Keith McGee into Mason Maggio.
Look at the front of that truck.
Nick Sanchez radio.
Been using up all my lives here. Holy do anything wrong there, Derek.
1 lap to go. The next flag will end the race.
Somebody's got to pull out up in the top 5. Is it going to be Ankrum?
Yes, it is, and it's Gray.
Taylor Gray. That blue and black 17 getting a push from the 18 of Tyler Ankrum. Top 2 starting to get away. Eckes pushing Enfinger.
Look at that outside lane. Daniel Dye trying to get engaged with Ankrum. Here comes Lawless Allen.
Lawless Allen, black 33. Enfinger trying to block. Taylor Gray goes outside. Lots of momentum there. Final time through the tri-oval. Ankrum goes around. They're crashing behind Grant Enfinger, who has won for a 2nd time in his career at Talladega Superspeedway.
Ryan Ryan Reed, the 91, significant contact. The fire fortunately extinguished itself.
Grant Enfinger gets his second win at his home track, and with that, he's going back to
all the pushing and shoving, and you knew how aggressive it was going to be. And you could see Daniel Dye at the top of the screen there pushing the 18. And right there, the 18 just runs out of places to go into the back of the 17, and Danny pushed him around. But Daniel can't see what's happening ahead of him. That's just Talladega.
Yeah, you can't see through that truck that's in front of you. And the 17 of Taylor Gray lost all his momentum. We're going to see it again here. We had a great run going here, but he's going to lose his momentum. And Daniel's already pushing the 18 of Tyler Ankrum. Took a lot of good trucks with it, though. You hate to see that happen.
I think the most... Let's see what happens with
Eckes.
Eckes is he.
He's right behind the 9. I mean, Ryan Reed trying to get him going.
His push gone bad, right, Phil?
Sure was.
Some of these finishes going to be unofficial because of the way this race ended. But right now, Daniel Dye being scored in the 3rd position. Wow. And Lawless Allen 5th. It would be his first career top 5. Again, those results unofficial.
See Daniel hands off the wheel, making sure he doesn't injure his wrists.
There's Ryan Reed. You saw the hard, significant contact and the fire. Has his helmet hose still hooked up.
Steve brought up a while ago with Jesse Love that maybe he was late reacting. Well, if you're listening to the spotter, as he pointed out, then you are late. You've got to drive these cars yourself and learn. That's what I see now. We have a crash over in 3.
Nick Lights in the 92 goes around and looks as though he collects a couple cars. One of those being the 27 of Jeff Burton.
That was a chain reaction wreck. That wreck started in the first 2 or 3 rows. Jesse Love made a block, got to the outside. That checked everybody up, and then these guys.
But by it gets to the 5th, 6th car, you see the 92 just has no idea they're going to come back to him that quickly. And then he goes up. Pretty big damage on the 48 of Parker Kligerman, a playoff car that needed a good run. We'll have to see just how damaged it is. Let's go on board with Jet Burton.
Back quickly.
That accordion effect.
And it's been that kind of year. So here you go. Jesse Love does nothing wrong. I want to be clear. He goes up to block this outside lane, but the rate at which they're gaining on him, contact right there. The 00 gets into 16, and now they all start checking up. Steve, you said it. It's just like a wreck on the interstate. Set 3 times as fast.
A wreck at 180 plus miles an hour here at Talladega, and this time only 3 cars caught up. Nick Lights in the 92 around. Parker Kligerman caught up in there as well as Jet Burton. CW Sports coverage of the NASCAR Xfinity Series is brought. Shift into high gear with your chance to win an all-access Daytona 500 experience. Scan the QR code or visit NASCAR.com, and we've got a crash on the track. The 97 of Shane Van Gisbergen is involved, as well as the 19, Taylor Gray. Big damage to the front of this car coming at us.
Roll here.
The 11 of Josh Williams looks like he has been caught up also.
Yeah, you could feel this wreck coming, and a lot of drivers, the intensity picking up. Only 19 laps to go.
There's Josh Williams. We see the 19 rolling.
It starts really early and happens later, so let's watch it develop. Watch the 97 car in the middle, contact right there. And again, just a bottle jam. He's on the bottom of the racetrack. 26 trying to slow down. 32 gets in the back of him. Very similar to the wreck we saw before. It just, you know, you're behind all of it. So watch what happens with the 97. Keep your eyes just on him, the 26 behind him of Dean Thompson. So he moves up the racetrack. Dean tries to get underneath him. Contact, puts SVG on the bottom. I think Dean Thompson's afraid that SVG is going to come back in front of him. He's starting to check up a little bit, and the guy behind him wasn't.
That's what I think is the big cause of this. Is some big hits. Jeff, your point about the 26, because the 97 has enough grip. He can run the tri-oval on the apron without a problem and blend on the other side of the tri-oval. But it's the 26, the blue nosed car right there. You see his nose. He's like either off the gas or on the brakes, and finally gets spit out of line by the car behind him, because I think the cars behind him are thinking, we're just going to leave the 97 stuck down there. Dean Thompson, not a lot of experience. He's thinking he has to leave a hole for the 97 to come back up, and the 32 just continues to push and push until finally the 26 goes around.
And that's the worst part of the racetrack. Like, that part of the racetrack, there's not much banking, and when you're being pushed through that tri-oval, it is very easy to get spun around, especially on the bottom of the racetrack. There's very little grip down there.
Some big hits right there.
I've seen that picture way too many times in my life. And that's what we talk about. That's what every driver's afraid of here. Watch the 21 on the outside. He's nowhere near this wreck, having nothing to do with it. Minding his own business. Boom, there he is, gets caught up in it.
Yeah, Taylor Gray gets shot up the racetrack into that 21.
And fortunately for the 97, there were cars over there, because that was going to be...
That could have been huge.
I mean, it was already a big hit, but going all the way into the wall at that angle.
So the big one happens here at Talladega, right in the tri-oval, middle of the pack. We'll have a restart when we return.
Left side's less making than the right side's. That is the worst the car will drive all day. Taking a push there is never a good thing.
And then that shoots the 97 up the racetrack. Steve, as you mentioned, a couple cars up there, luckily. Otherwise, SVG would have taken a head-on collision with that outside wall. Kim, how about the 26?
Yeah, and Dean Thompson adding on the radio that he had to check up and then he was spun, kind of explaining that accident.
We've talked about the fact that there are 15 drivers that are in this field that are not full-time racers in the Xfinity Series. And Dean Thompson, this is just his second start of the year. Herbst on that outside, Allmendinger on the inside. Those two almost trading paint there as it came out of turn 4. The 20 looks like he's going to make it back to pit road, so not going to bring out a caution as long as no debris comes off the car. Herbst out in front. And the caution now comes out.
Caution debris, lane off the bottom. Backstretch, lane off the bottom.
Lane off the bottom on the backstretch, which is where they're headed right now.
As soon as they drop the green flag on that restart, here's all the debris coming off the race car.
They'll take a jet dryer out there. Riley Herbst now goes to the middle to block. He's got Sammy Smith on the inside, and around they go. Carson Quapple got tagged for the back. The 9 involved as well.
Oh, big still wrecking. Parker Kligerman's in it.
Yeah, big move there. Kligerman straight up the racetrack in big contact.
He was in it late. Cole Custer.
Custer has been trying to avoid any problems this race, and now he gets collected.
What he said, though, was, I've got oil pressure, meaning no damage right now to the oil cooler or anything like that. So if he can keep it running, keep it moving, maybe they can get it fixed up and at least clearance it itself out there.
Couldn't really tell if it was just a push gone wrong or the 88 just got loose, but the 88 of Carson Quapple gets turned left, and then just a mess. Welcome to Speedway racing.
Looked like A.J. Allmendinger got into the back of the 48, too.
Yeah, let's watch this again. Watch the 9 and the 88. So the 88's going to go left. Right there, and I think that was a push, Steve. I think he got a push from the 9, and when he did, it just kind of shot him to the left into the door, and then all of this happened. Now red flag is out.
Allgaier could not have a bad race here, and then he gets collected.
Yeah, watch that 88. Contact a little bit right there, and then down to the side of the car underneath him, and then up he went. It's the wreck we see over and over at Daytona and Talladega. Just somebody trying to push, and everything's not lined up exactly right.
We were riding along with the 18 of Sheldon Creed there.
Yeah, let's look further back in the pack how some of these guys got in this wreck. You know, they're all a lot of them dive to the bottom and they think they're okay. Look at Parker Kligerman. He's like, I'm good.
Until he got collected. Tagged the back of that car. It shot straight up the racetrack.
Yeah, we talk about it all day. The tri-oval cars just don't drive good through there. But this is on the straight. Big hit by Brandon Jones. Gosh. Oh. Unfortunately, the 5, Anthony Alfredo, he's done a good job all day.
Listen in to Carson Waffles radio.
It's pretty.
Sieg moving around.
Governmental white flag.
White flag one more time around here at Talladega.
The 8 of Sammy Smith committed to the bottom, and now here he'll be battling for the lead. A great move by the 8.
Yeah, how about the move by Sieg in the 39 to get behind the 8? Oh, big push right in the middle of the corner.
Chandler Smith in the 81. What a run. Can he get past the 8? No, he doesn't. Those two side by side down the backstretch. The 98 with a big shove. He's going to try to bit by. He can't. Nowhere to go for the 27. He's up against the wall. 3 wide for third. They still say side by side for the lead. Sammy Smith on the inside. Chandler Smith on the outside. Ryan Sieg. He gets behind the 8 for the push. Coming up on the tri-oval. Remember, the start-finish line is past the tri-oval. The 8 of Sammy Smith out in front. Now Sieg moves to the outside. At the line, it's Sammy Smith in the 8, and they wreck on the inside. Sammy Smith came in 12th in the standings. He wins his way into the next round of the playoffs.
What do you have to do to make the next round? Win. And he made it happen.
And seeing there. And DJ, it's hard to say one win validates his move from Joe Gibbs Racing to Junior Motorsports, but you've been in this situation. What can one win like this do for confidence?
Oh, you never know what it's going to do here. I mean, has been pointed out, and they were talking about it in the booth, the one place that he had won before this is at Phoenix. If he can figure out
start in the Yellowwood 500, however, we have come to a slower pace. The first caution of the day, and it involves Trackhouse Racing's Daniel Suarez, the driver who had to serve a penalty, do a pass-through, and then the pack caught him, Jeff.
He did, Pat. He did. The pack caught him, and instead of just going to the top or the bottom, he decided to try to go to the middle. He was trying to catch the pack so that he didn't lose it, so he didn't get lapped again. But watch right here. Everybody's getting by him. He tries to move up, and when he does, there's the 78. A BJ McLeod, and he ends up spinning himself out. That is an overreaction. Like, if that was too much being afraid of getting lapped twice, had he gotten to the back of this pack, Steve, with as big of a turbulence I believe he could have stayed on to the back and just stayed one lap down.
That's totally on Daniel Suarez, 100%. BJ McLeod had no option right there. We talked about embracing the chaos. This is fighting the chaos. Daniel didn't do anything wrong to have to come down pit road. That's a team situation. So as a race car driver, you just have to play the hand you're dealt. We're going to see huge accidents. They're going to affect cars all day long. You just have to pick either the bottom or the top. Being kind of pulled into the pack, middle 3, is just a place you cannot be.
William Byron won the lottery. He was the first car. He got a front row view of this. Watch, the Tootsie Chevrolet is about to go right and then aggressively left, and it happens right in front of William Byron and A.J. Allmendinger.
That was so close.
That's purely the pressure of the playoffs, Jeff. I believe if this is a spring race, the 99 doesn't try this move.
Yeah, and again, just to recap what he's trying to do, he wants to get in the draft so he doesn't get lapped twice. He's afraid if he goes to the back, not have the energy, summer pitting. That's going to get it back to 2 wide.
So now is a... Oh, whoa! Martin Truex Jr. spun around on pit entry. He's going to back up. No damage, but now they're going to have to change tires on the 19, I would imagine, after that long slide. So everyone else is going to assume take fuel only, Parker.
Right, Christopher Bell led the Toyotas down here. He will do fuel only.
Of Martin Truex Jr. spinning on entry.
That's what I'm talking about. That's one of the most experienced race car drivers we have in the field. And you can see it just locks the rear brakes up. And now around it goes.
No practice this weekend. Just one lap of qualifying.
The playoff driver. And look at that Lucas Chevy for RCR and Kyle Busch. It's been strong again, which has been the storyline post the Olympic break. Here comes the pack into the tri-oval. Who's going to grab the points? Logano pulls out of the line. He's going for it. So too is Larson. Here comes Joey Logano with a big stomp. Boom! Ryan Blaney at the end of stage 2. Ross Chastain as well. The reigning Cup Series champ has a big one right on the line at the end of the second stage.
That is huge right there. That has major consequences to the playoffs.
Blaney said, look at what we did last weekend in Kansas to show you what we're capable of. Think about how many times we've been taken out. Daytona, Watkins Glen, Darlington. The AMR safety team. Watch the 12 in the middle. What happens? Did he get pushed by Bowman? Right at the end of stage 2. You're watching the Yellowwood 500 here at Talladega. The stage.
Yeah, Bowman with just a push trying to get to the start-finish line to get the best finish. And the cars get very light in the tri-oval. There's not as much banking there. The cars aren't planted in the racetrack, and a little bit of push. It gets just gets Blaney out of control.
And a huge impact for both the 12 of Blaney, the 1 of Chastain. Watch this and listen. Just an enormous impact to that outside safer barrier.
And watch behind this, the 22 and the 11, both playoff drivers. 22 impact, 11 also. Parker.
Right, and the 22 did get some damage.
Going to try to get around him. Todd's going to probably stay right to the bottom. This late in the race, there's no need in playing games with this.
This is what happened to A.J. Allmendinger earlier. And look at that. Look at the speed of the pack. Here we go. Cindric's gone. So too is Logano. Harrison Burton's in there. LaJoy.
The whole field.
My goodness.
Something stacked everybody up on the front 2 rows. The pushes got, something happened to slow them down. Look at this mess.
With 5 to go, we got this far.
Logano's in it.
As a car, Logano went pretty early. Here's Gilliland trying to get back to it. It was Austin Cindric that was going down the backstretch facing the wrong way. LaJoy went off track, now he rejoins. Here's an interesting way to return to pit lane.
Reddick after the disappointment of Kansas. Bowman, a great run in the playoffs. He gets back to pit road to the service of his crew. The rest of this mess has to be untangled.
So, 2 of the key playoff players who got through that, Kyle Larson and William Byron.
Now who can get rolling?
That's right.
I knew something happened at the front to get everybody stacked up. Watch the bottom row. Right there. The 2 got so far out in front of the 6, and then with all the pushing and shoving, when he got to the 2 car, he was going so fast. Right here, boom, and around he goes.
He got there, and he was also kind of moving from right to left. He wasn't, you know, it happened so quick.
Look at the push. But this is what I saw.
That's
the pushing,
right.
And the 22 was getting pushed by the 21.
Right.
The 21 was getting pushed by the car behind him. It all happened, Dick, because the 2 got out so far. And that got mixed up when they passed the lap car of Gilliland. Yeah. That changed the energy of the pack.
That was a big hit to the left side of the 47. Unbelievable. The 47 was able to keep it straight. If we watch that again, watch this 2 car right here. Gets pushed, bang, right off the 47. Stenhouse is able to keep it straight.
Look at the 9, Chase Elliott, big impact. You're talking about a big wreck with big ramifications for the playoffs. I mean, Austin Cindric's essentially leading this race, and if he wins it, he's advancing to the next round, and here he is crashed.
Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch, they sail through. Here's the view from the 47. Oh, wow.
Logano's car, you saw it hop up in the air.
This is Chris Busch's view. Daniel Suarez was in there, Zane Smith as well. How about Chase Elliott? This isn't going to be good.
Look at all of these race cars, and I'm going to tell you, one driver that's not even in this. Matter of fact, he's been done for a while. Ryan Blaney. That was a massive, potentially huge deal for him. Remember, he was crashed. He was out of this race. And all of these cars are going to have poor finishes. That is going to be a big help to Ryan Blaney.
Tyler Reddick's view. Alex Bowman's ride, and he was able to continue and get back to his pit box.
Just, you know, all the pushing and shoving, and eventually, Steve, it's more than it'll work out.
One great bit of news in this accident, all the cars stayed on their tires. That was a point of conversation coming here. Some changes by NASCAR. You know, wrecks are still wrecks, and I'm sure a lot of these did not feel great for the driver, but all the cars staying on their tires, a big point of focus coming here. Here you go.
So watch this. So the 2 is out, right? He's going by Todd Gilliland, who's a lap down. Now all of this energy is coming. The 6, the 22, the 21, the 14, all of those just continue to push the 6 into the 2. We talked all day, Diff, about the drivers behind not being able to see the car in front. And that is a great example right there.
A lot of cars to be retrieved. This was the view of AJ Allmendinger in the Strive Chevy. So close. Got within 5 laps of the finish. And then the big one happened. No, the after the big one happened. That's Austin Cindric. That was the beginning of it all, and teammate Joey Logano in there, Ryan Preece, Chase Elliott, Harrison Burton, Chase Briscoe, John Hunter Nemechek, Noah Gragson. The list goes on. Jimmy Johnson Dale Jarrett on the Peacock pit box. Fellas, we got so close, got within 5 laps.
Yeah, we've both been there, I think, probably.
Yeah.
You going along, doing everything that...
White flag out. Next flag will end the race.
Kyle Busch to the outside.
Overtime presented by Credit One Bank. Who's got the magic in these final 2.5 miles? Busch is out of it. He's been sent back. Stenhouse in the green and white machine. William Byron, Brad Keselowski, and Kyle Larson in the 5. We've had some dramatic finishes this year, and it's got that feeling about it again. Keselowski got bounced out of the playoffs at the last round. The built Submarines car is in front, but for how much longer? Here comes Ricky Stenhouse Jr. through the tri-oval. Keselowski down low, Stenhouse high. Byron goes for it on the outside.
Good work, dude. Let's see if we get it.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins for the first time.
From Larson, but just not enough.
This is the run to the line for Keselowski. And William Byron ducks to the outside. He thought he may have had a chance right on the line as well. Look at this for a finish. At the end of a very dramatic day here at Talladega.
Yeah, so watch this right here. Kyle Larson pushes Brad Keselowski, pushes him to the lead. At this point, Brad has a decision to make. What am I going to do? Am I going to block or not? He puts no defense to the 47, gives the 47 a clear path. I thought he was going to get by with it here. I thought his patience was going to pay off, but it just simply doesn't. Not enough push from Larson to get him back in the lead.
Well, remember the spring. It was a block between McDowell and Keselowski that caused the big wreck and eliminated both. I don't... 2 cars. Now the next lap he goes in. Now it's the 11 of Williams. And the 18 kind of slid up, so easily past him. 2 more cars.
There was that issue with Ed Jones in the 26 spinning out LeBay.
Yeah, restarts. It's just so aggressive.
Mayer now a 3-car length advantage, 4-car length advantage on Balicki. Oh, and we got a pile up right before the start finish line. Caution's out.
That's Sheldon
Riley
Creed.
Herbst is in
Riley
there.
Herbst, is Sheldon Creed in there also?
Yes, I see 2 playoff cars stuck in this. The 98 drives away with damage. Sheldon Creed, he's with a big damage on the hood of the 18.
Work out at all.
98 next to the 5 of Alfredo, the end of the curbing. The 98 hits the curb. Alfredo turns right because he's trying to make the corner. Basically, the 98 squeezed the 5 to the left. The 5 has decided that he's going to force his way back on the racetrack, and they have an accident.
Yeah, just so tight, narrow through there.
Yeah, I understand what the 98's doing, and I complimented someone earlier that was the right way to make the pass, but the 5 is just refusing to miss the corner. And when he turns left, this is what happens.
Yeah, Riley needed to give him a little more space right there. Had he done it, he still would have had the preferred position. And then they just pile in.
Oh, and the 18 was reasonably stopped until the 15 came on the scene. Loved it. So watch right here. The 18 is kind of stopped. They just keep coming into the screen.
Remember, this is, we talk a lot about the new section of the racetrack in 6 and 7, but this front,
it's got to come down to 1 or 2 points.
Dave.
Rick, one of my favorite things
caution's out, Dave. Hold on one second.
We'll hold that thought.
We've got the caution out because the 35 is into the tire barrier. That's Thomas Annunziata.
Yeah, that is turn 1. How many times have we seen cautions in turn 1? Yeah. It will eat race.
Or do you come and get tires?
Will they help you enough?
Hit right here. Oh, man. Wow. Big shot for the 35.
Thank goodness for that barrier.
Yeah.
A safer barrier, and then on the leading edge of the safer barrier is the tire pack. Great design for the tire.
And still with the advantage. coming up on the final lap.
Oh, no. Way deep into the tire barrier.
The 42, that's Leland Honeyman. And he is stuck completely underneath that tire barrier.
Get to the white. Get to the white.
White flag in the air. One more time around. The next flag. And the caution comes out. Did he get to the white flag before the caution came out?
Make sure you come back to the checker.
This could be the biggest win of Parker Kligerman's life.
I mean, here we go. Oh, mechanical issue, left front down, and just car drives completely under the tire barrier.
So I will say we took a lot of time to find the yellow light.
Back in the air.
Advantage Sam Mayer right now.
Kligerman able to stay on his outside, and he pulls in front of him. Now as they come into turn 3. Kligerman with the advantage, but Sam Mayer closing the door. All the way off the track goes the 48 of Kligerman, but here comes Mayer in the 1.
What a great job by Parker Kligerman. Now what do? Heading into 7, do you block the left side, or do you give the one car the left side of the racetrack? The one goes to the outside.
He blocks that inside. The one tried to go to the outside. A crossover move. Here comes Mayer on the inside.
Can he get into third gear? That's been the problem. Looks like a clean shift this time for the one car.
Oh, tire roll on the 48.
Yeah, the left front is smoking for the 48. Here comes the 16 now. Mayer in front. Sam Mayer pulling away now from Parker Kligerman. Mayer wants to see that white flag.
Bottom box, Jesse Love in the 2 car, 0, tied with SVG. The 2 needs a spot or 2 in this final lap.
Mayer out in front. White flag is displayed one more time around.
And SVG's getting by the 48 for a spot.
That'll put SVG up 1 position. Love now trying to make the pass. That puts it back to 0. He's got 2 cars in front of him, though. It comes down to 1.1 position. SVG would have to get by Allmendinger to gain a point.
Love locked up the right front with contact with the 51.
Jesse Love, the 19-year-old, has to find something on this final lap. It looks like Sam Mayer is going to have that position, and SVG might be able to get his teammate. Can the 2 on the bottom screen find 1 or 2 positions?
He's going to have 2 of them. Here's 1.
SVG has the advantage in a tiebreaker. If those 2 end tied in the points, SVG has the advantage. Now Love has gained a position. SVG needs a spot. Mayer still out front, looking to win his way into the next round of the playoffs.
Oh, aggression by Jesse Love. He needed the spot. He took it from the 38.
Jesse Love now has a little cushion. 2 points. Into the final turn, the 16 and the 1. Sam Mayer is going to win at the Roval.
Again, showing how multi-talented he is on a variety of circuits. The 21-year-old in his rookie season. There he is there. Somebody is around.
And the 3 of Austin Dillon. 45 of Reddick. That was what we were talking about. Nosed in behind him, gives up a ton of positions.
The stage 1 winner got jammed up at turn 7. Now he's got to play the catch-up game.
Yeah, it didn't look like a lot of damage on the 45. The 3 of Austin Dillon trying to get refired. He's able to do it.
Oh. Got into the back of Bubba Wallace.
That checked him up, and then Alex Bowman got into the back of the 3 and got him spun around.
Let's talk more about Reddick with Marty.
The damage does not look bad for Tyler Reddick, but he said he thinks he might have a flat right rear tire. Also, maybe the right rear toe link, he said, might be broken as well. So Reddick's going to come down pit road. They're going to assess the damage, Steve. That looked fairly innocuous, the contact for Tyler Reddick, but it looks like there's more damage
specifically on the right rear of the car for the regular season champion. There he comes down pit road. When they get here, Steve.
Out of line here, Jeff, and then catch wheels.
Watch right here. He's got the rear tires lacked up. He's out of control. Boom, right there into the 11 car with his right rear.
I mean, the back of the car had to be, what, a foot, 18 inches, 2 feet off the ground? Oh, this has got to be just so violent. Listen to this onboard.
That was an endo like on a motocross bike.
And now you have to wonder if there's damage on the 11 car as well. You see, he was just in there. The 3 was spun out. I'm not so sure that he even knew the 3 was spun out.
He did, yeah.
Now he's on the brakes. The rear tires are locked up. He's out of control. Big contact. Look at the left rear of the 3 car. I mean, the 11 car. How much damage does he have?
Oh. Chris Buescher did a nice job up ahead, by the way.
Jeff, now we watch the 23 and the 99.
Yeah, a lot of contact right here. And if you see the 23 car gave the 99 nowhere to go. And so NASCAR will let you not self-impose the penalty. They will give you a lap, and they will make the call. So in this situation, when you go in there side by side, Suarez is better off continuing.
Look at the left, clear, inside.
Uh-oh. Chastain's around again. His teammate misses him. But John Hunter Nemechek did not, nor his Legacy Motor Club teammate.
It's been that kind of year for Legacy.
Here's what went down. Oh, he got tagged. Chastain got tagged by Keselowski. Bowman gets a little squirrely. And there are the 2 Toyotas of Nemechek and Jones.
And I think I got it both, because it looks like damage to the right front of the 43 and damage to the nose.
Right there. He's got the rear tires locked up, super loose. There it is, riding along. This has been his move all day. Oh, you can hear it sliding the rear tires.
That's like slicing one off the tee. It hits a tree and comes back into the middle of the fairway. Listen, the last time, the only time he's won here at the Roval, interestingly enough, was the year that he became a NASCAR Cup Series champion. Is that an omen for Kyle Larson and the HendrickCars.com Chevy team? Everybody here at the track has been raving about the weather this week. It has been just beautiful. And on a sunny fall afternoon, this California kid has just been dominant. He made up 4 positions on the opening couple of laps, and that was an omen. But for the second time in his career, Kyle Larson wins at the Roval.
Rear tires were part of conversation. I don't know if you ran over something, but when we go to these intermediate tracks, we have seen rear tires can be abused. Let's take a look at what happens, Jeff.
Yeah, watch the left rear right here.
Yep, flat. Driver's side impact.
You know, we talked about teammate Joey Logano's slow in the first practice. Well, Blaney was last. Teammate Cindric 14th. Neither one of those had great takeoff speeds, and you wonder if that's an air pressure thing.
Oh, no, it's brutal. But put a bunch of tape on the windshield. Life's going to be fine. Copy that.
All right, Jeff, so behind the wheel, when you're dealing with that sunset, how do you combat it? And there's now a caution on the track.
Yeah, caution on the racetrack. We saw the 42 was slow. The 14 of J.J. Yaley is having an issue. 92 of Dawson Cram, if you're a Dawson Cram fan, he didn't even make it to.
See at the far right of your screen, just really sideways. This is entering 1. I think we're going to have a big correction back to the right here. Oh, he gets it back under control. So I'm not sure what happened. I think there's separate incidents. And then the next lap around, the 42 kind of goes up, catches the 14, makes contact.
You saw the 18 of Sheldon Creed. He's starting in the back. He had to change an engine yesterday, so expect to see him in the front.
It's kind of up into the wall, right side contact. But, Jeff, if you're the non-playoff guys like Brandon Jones or Riley Herbst, Ryan Sieg, do you just go ahead and get your pit stop done now? We'll probably only run like 7 green flag laps to finish the stage.
Good inside in the number 16. Outside of him is Allgaier in the 7. as we get ready for the start of the final stage. Up through the gears they go, and it looks like Allmendinger has the advantage. Around goes Taylor Gray in the 19, and the caution will come out right away.
Man, the 21 of Austin Hill barely snuck by on the outside. Got very fortunate there. You can see the damage on the back of the 19, though. I'm guaranteeing this replay. We're going to...
Sammy Smith in the 8 behind Gray.
That's a big hit for the 8 on the front bumper. We're going to have to see if there's more damage to that playoff car. Trying to see kind of what stacks it up.
Oh, okay. So if you go back and look at the inside line, starting at the 28 car of Ryan Sieg. Inside line, watch the 9. They all stack up. The 9 doesn't get slowed down. The 19 into the back of him, but it started about row 3.
Now, remind everybody of the restart rules. That 16 of Allgaier, the 7 of Allgaier, the 16 of Allmendinger, they have that entire zone. They just made it to the end of it. That kind of stacked up the cars behind them.
This track is the one I'm most worried about.
We got
in
a
the round
spinner
of
on the
8.
front stretch here. Sorry about that, Marty, but the 39 of Kyle Sieg has spun through the grass and brought out the caution. He was coming off of turn 4. Both right side tires down on that one.
First 3 races, if we have rain, it will help qualifying as well. Let's see what happens with 39, Jeff.
There's Kyle Sieg just trying to get some pace, and back end just comes around.
So you had mentioned it.
4-2, 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank. He'll have one shot at it. A great 1 and 2 for Ryan Sieg. Down the backstretch they go for the final time. Is he close enough to get there? To the bottom of the track. Through 3 and 4. Allmendinger. He's got the advantage. Allmendinger will not be denied. He'll win at Vegas.
Even here at Las Vegas, removing equipment on the green flag cycle, and now he's 2 laps down to the field.
Big crash.
Car around into the wall.
Big crash.
Caution's out. It's Austin Dillon.
It was getting into turn 3. It was, I don't know what started it, but there was contact with another car, and it shot him. Just hung a right.
I'm all right.
So you hear him on the radio. The window net's down. He says, I'm all right on the radio, but
it was, see, we talk about it all the time. That was back there in 27th, and it's fierce racing back there.
Here it is. It's the shots in the distance a little bit. Wow.
Yeah, I think that's Daniel Hemrick.
Oh, boy. That was a hard hit.
Yeah, that's Daniel Hemrick. They were all racing to try to be the first car 1 lap down, and it was really intense back there. And I'm not sure, you know, Daniel and Austin are buddies. You know, they get along well off the racetrack.
2 spots over time, but to get track position, you really need to have a couple good corners.
And that's what Joey Logano. He is flying on this restart.
Whoa, look out! Elliott's gone. Keselowski, Reddick, 2 playoff drivers in this wreck. And the car goes over. Tyler Reddick has flipped.
Yep, I'm good.
My goodness, what was the catalyst? How did that start?
Restarts. They are so aggressive. You've got to get spots when you can. How about Reddick flips and drives the thing back to pit road?
That has the issue. Let's check it out, Diff.
So Reddick is up high. We'll look at the 45, the Jumpman car. There, there's contact maybe with Truex and Elliott. That was the spark.
It is. Truex and Elliott side by side. I don't know if it's contact or just aero tight, but the 9 of Elliott up the racetrack, not meaning to, catches the 45. Around goes the 45, and as the 45 gets in here, he hops onto the quarter mile and gets upside down. Crazy looking accident for Tyler Reddick in the 45.
That is crazy.
Listen to this.
contact. It just looks like to me Truex is up the racetrack. Then the 45 goes over that.
Yeah, the quarter-mile track.
Yeah, the quarter-mile track, and when he hits that, it just rolls it.
And then he drove it back to the pit stall. The left front upright, I believe, is broken on the 45, so he's done, which you would imagine after a wreck like this.
You see Brad Keselowski in it.
Chase Elliott's view.
You hear him out of the gas, right? So either contact, aero tight combination. Chase Elliott knows he's in trouble. But at 170 miles an hour, you know, you're going to cover a tremendous amount of distance. And you see him up the racetrack, 45 trying to go by. You ask why the 45's there, because if you don't fill those holes, you will never move forward in these races. And it just runs out of real estate, exit of turn 4.
Something crazy going on behind this is the 12 car. I looked up and he was spinning out off of turn 4 after the caution. And then he...
Wow, what's happening?
I don't know. He's rolling.
And he's going for it. That's the second time we've seen in the last 6 or 7 laps. And now his teammate goes by him. And there's a crash. It is him. Ty Gibbs. We were talking about him just scraping the wall, just scuffing the wall. What's happened to the 54 this time?
Huge break for Kyle Larson, who was just in front of him. He'll
finally, something good.
There you go, Larson. Hey! You know, there's still a lot of racing ahead. Some timely yellows. We'll see what Larson can make of it.
Let's see what happened to Ty Gibbs. Oh,
it's loose.
No contact, though.
That was what we were talking about. That was the contact with the wall.
He's just digging hard. We kept showing it. He's going for all he's got out of the playoffs. You see the fire come out of the pipes. He knew he was in trouble. He lifted out of the gas. Right there, but it's too late.
What I loved is the fire come out of the pipes. You heard Denny lift because he was like, I see something. Something over there is happening, and I don't want a part of it.
Good job keeping it off the wall.
Yeah. It just show, I mean, that's how you have to drive these race cars.
The Pennzoil Ford for Team Penske.
White flag, 1 more.
One more to go. 1 lap left, presented by Credit One Bank. Bell is clear. Does he have a shot? It's going to be tough. Logano is in view. This has been the fastest car over the last 30 plus laps. Been the fastest car all day, as a matter of fact. And now Bell's there, but it may be just too much to do. Too close to the line. Can you believe what you are seeing? Joey Logano is the last into the round of 8. Joey Logano wins Las Vegas. He's going to Phoenix.
It's 17 points back. At this point, he's running 4th. There's not enough points there. 42 hard into the outside wall. That's Matt Mills on fire.
Looked like a right front tire, didn't it, Michael?
I don't know. Was there contact before that? I think the
may have been some contact from the 66, but
I thought I saw out of the corner of my eye contact.
I saw the 66 was in close proximity to Matt Mills, but hard contact for Matt.
Yeah, you're right.
Big contact.
There he is, getting out. Good.
Good to see him.
Hold my breath until that happens.
If there was some contact here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, without a doubt, the 66 gets into the backbone, turns him sideways. And again, on these older tires, even though we don't have that many laps since we restarted, it's hard to just change directions on these trucks.
Another look at it there. This is the first caution for contact today.
With all those guys scrambling behind them.
I think that was Chase Purdy in the 77 truck, but meanwhile...
White flag is in the air for Grant Enfinger.
That's all he wanted to see was that white flag. Now he just hopes he has a few tenths of a gallon of gas.
Nothing to lose coming into this race. Little bit of strategy. The pit crew got it done, fixed that truck up despite the damage. Jeff Stankiewicz working his magic, working the numbers, telling his driver exactly what he needs to do, where he needs to be, keep enough fuel in that race truck to get it done. The 2, and Nick Sanchez in second, is out of gas. Checker flag is in the air for Grant Enfinger. He goes back-to-back wins.
To make sure it's not something more than just losing overall grip. It's like now we have a car spinning down the backstretch.
Yep, there goes the 92 of Nick Lights. He will bring the caution out with 4 laps to go. More than likely, this will end the stage.
Well, there were some drivers that loved to see that caution. You just mentioned Cole Custer damaged that tire late in the first run. The 8 of Sammy Smith, that keeps...
Gets sideways here. Take another look.
Nick's under another car, trying to make that pass, just trying to go to the throttle. The back end just doesn't stick for him. Fortunately, no contact. Doesn't hit anything. Does a nice job of not overcorrecting the car. Drivers sometimes tend to turn the wheel right, and the front tires catch, and the car will turn head on into the wall.
We were hearing the report from Marty and that conversation between Pullman and DeHaan. We saw the 7 get into the wall. Exactly what they didn't want him to do.
Oh, boy.
And a big caution here. As we see the 26, that's Ryan Truex behind the wheel. He has spun from 13th.
Ryan driver for Sam Hunt Racing.
Oh, trouble on the 11. Sparks heavy on the right front. Flat tire, I believe, goes up the banking and catches the 26. Poor Truex had no idea it was coming and nothing he could do wrong. And I assume it was a flat tire on the 11. It had the makings of the Sparks, like the tire went flat and it got on the front suspension and into the left rear of the 26.
As a driver, you're like, what just happened there?
Yeah.
Remind him of old business I got run into.
Yeah, you see the flat tire being rolled off to 11 there of Josh Williams. And with 27 green flag laps on the tire.
Up against the wall. The 19 into the wall.
I wonder if the 19 doesn't have a flat tire because, yeah, just before that, it was a gigantic save out of the 19. Then the next corner he went in and he hit the wall.
Now the Sparks are flying.
Oh, don't go by him on the right. So let's take a look at it overall. This is him getting loose. Check this out, Jeff. Big slide by the 19 right here. You're going to see a big correction. Right there. My goodness, that's big. And then I wonder if that's not a flat tire because now he goes down into the... Oh, this is the correction from on board. Watch these hands.
They're trying to make a pass on Brandon Jones. Gets really loose. Loses all of his momentum.
And then the next corner.
Back up against the fence. It gets in it, and now it just sucks it into the wall. And there's times that happens, and you just cannot get away from the wall, and that's what happened there. And they had it.
All right, 1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. What a race. Austin Hill and the 21 team for RCR has put together. The gap back to Cole Custer, 3.3 seconds. Surprisingly, the 97 of Van Gisbergen is going to stay on the racetrack and complete this race with the amount of fuel he had from his pit stop at 124. Hill, in 2 playoff races, will join Allmendinger as winners. And Austin Hill is going to win.
Look at that blue and white car up high. Reddick, Bell, Larson, Hamlin, and then Haley goes around. Lap 1 crash. Can everybody miss him? Justin Haley got his best qualifying of the year in the top 10 for his new team, Spire Motorsports, and he's gone around on the opening lap.
And amazing, I didn't see contact from any other cars once he started spinning.
We talked about race 7 on the outside, goes to the bottom, contact with the 47.
Great job, everybody else.
Great job. Watch this. He just turns down on Stenhouse. There was not an opening there. Just pushing the issue too hard, trying to get the bottom of the racetrack.
That's how I look at it. I don't know if the 7 thought his momentum was going to carry him past the 47, but the 47 had every right to stay in the gas in that lower lane. The 7 just really had to commit, but this is what happens at a racetrack where the grooves are very non-defined. You can enter low, exit high, enter high, exit low, and a miscommunication between two drivers sent the 7 spinning.
Now, the 7 car quite simply could have thought that Ricky Stenhouse in that 47 was going to turn left and go to the bottom of the racetrack, and he wasn't down there, or he just thought he was clear. Remember, this is he just started driving this car, his 4th race in this car. It could be a little bit different left side mirror situation. The camera, rear view camera could work separately or differently rather, and a new spotter combination. So, but that right there to me is mostly on Haley, driver of the 7.
The view from Chase Elliott. Look up ahead to the right. This was extraordinary that everybody missed Haley, Steve.
Unbelievable. I can only imagine what Chase Elliott was thinking as that car turned sideways after the wreck a week ago, kind of stacked up off turn 4 with Truex and Reddick. Here he is, lap 1, turn 3, and the 7 is broadside in front of the 9. Nice job by the 48 as well, not running into his teammate. Right there. You know, it's easy to not get slowed down as much.
Good job, Chase Briscoe and Brad Keselowski.
And no obvious damage through the field. It'll be interesting to see if anybody has any contact, nose to tail, where they feel like they've done any damage to their race cars. Nothing jumps off the screen.
Let's have a listen to some radio from inside Justin Haley's Chili's Chevrolet. Here it is.
You need an adjustment.
Series playoffs. This is the Straight Talk 400.
Take heed, 'cause I'm a lyrical poet.
Under caution for the 2nd time today, and the reason why is that car on your screen, the 5 of Kyle Larson, and here's what went down, or what went up.
Yeah, leading the 45, runs in, about to groove off the wall, goes down into the corner. I believe the right rear tire goes down before he hits the wall. Right there, I see a little bit of dust out the back of the car, and then the back kind of gets contact with the wall. So we know he had a flat right rear tire. I wasn't sure if it was wall contact that created the flat. I believe it's a flat tire that created wall contact.
I agree 100%, and I'm going to tell you something else. It's a good thing he was next to the wall when that happened. If he's 6 or 7 car widths away from the wall,
it's Atlanta,
and that tire blows, then he goes up and hits the wall big. Instead, he's already up against it. It kind of goes up there and kisses the wall. Should not be big damage there.
Interestingly enough,
why we are under caution. Watch this. Ty Gibbs, Justin Haley. And there it goes. Haley for the 2nd time in this race, spinning down into turn 3. He got a little help that time, though.
Slow each other down. Look at Larson off the top.
Well, you see the 12 has caught the 3 of Austin Dillon, and he has had trouble getting by him.
Look how close this is. 12.5 laps to go. They touch, and Brown goes. Larson, can he catch it? He cannot. Kyle Larson spins down in turn 3.
Got it back up here. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. You're good. Keep rolling.
I'm not sure he's going to lose a spot. He's going to bring out the yellow. He might lose a spot to the 11. We'll see where NASCAR lines them up. The 45
go underneath him. Larson sees the move, so he takes the top. They're so much faster because they're on new tires. He tries to split the middle and just loses the car. This is the type of move that Larson talked about. I'm too aggressive sometimes. It makes me go fast, but sometimes it's poor decisions. In my eyes, pushing the issue really hard here to win the race, which you want him to do, but in decent point position, not sure that's the move you want to make at this point.
How close did he come to saving it? There's the answer. He went for it, and unfortunately it didn't work. This is what it sounded like.
Still out there, still there.
You heard that, him modulating the throttle. So when he gets in trouble here, now he's on the gas, on the gas, on the gas, trying to keep the car from backing into the wall. But to Steve's point, the advantage is, look, he never quits going forward. He keeps his forward momentum. Hamlin was far enough behind him that he actually blended up right at the 11. So I don't know.
1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Less than 1.5 miles from here. Now Reddick on the low side.
Hamlin goes to the top. He's looking for the huge run down the backstretch, but can Reddick do it from the bottom?
This championship this year has given us some of the most incredible closing moments. You pick this one. Blaney, Reddick, or Hamlin. Reddick is not done with yet. Tyler Reddick just drives all the way around Ryan Blaney. Can you believe what you've just seen? Reddick's going to Phoenix. Tyler Reddick wins the Straight Talk 400.
Ooh, problems for Raja. We're hearing that Raja got into the wall. He's just trying to feel out. He knows he's on the final lap of this stage, and Eckes is going to, gosh, come awfully close to submitting his way.
And we didn't see him for years and years and years at Martinsville, so it's special to get to do this. It's a big night. It's a playoff elimination night, and the caution is out for Caden Honeycutt.
Well, that could change things. You see some contact with the outside wall for the 45 truck, Caden Honeycutt.
He stopped just between turns 1 and 2. Now he's rolling again. He was 13th at that time.
Like it went in, maybe nothing happened to Caden Honeycutt. You can see some sparks, and he's down on the bottom, up into the wall.
Yeah.
He lost a right front tire like we speculated.
Yeah, I'm exactly right. Tough break for Caden Honeycutt. He's running just outside. Well, he's going to be able to get by Sanchez, I think. He's still showing about 3 seconds behind. Oh, and there's that caution flag.
Brett Moffitt, a lot of damage to the left rear in the 81 at Corey Day.
Tanner Gray was involved as well.
That's the break that Taylor Gray needed.
I'm telling you, Phil, Taylor Gray is desperate.
Check out right here. That's Dean Thompson, the 5 truck behind the 15 of Tanner Gray. Whoa. That's just a situation where he's just going to dump him. Probably mad about the block. Looked like Tanner Gray was down the racetrack some, and Johnny Sauter was an innocent victim of that.
A lot of damage.
Well, with Eckes, Taylor Gray's on the bumper, gives him a little bit of a nudge.
11 laps to go.
Caution.
Caution is out again. Turn 2. Johnny Sauter.
Stuart Friesen had some piece to break this down. 9 gets hit by the 77. He knocks into the 52 of Friesen, and then, like we said, somehow back there, Johnny Sauter gets involved.
Heads up driving by Connor Zillage and Dean Thompson there. We're under. Coming out of turn 4. White flag is in the air. Christian Eckes leads it. 1 lap to go. Taylor Gray had his shot.
And he got a shot in the back that knocked him out of the way.
Christian Eckes wasn't afraid to be aggressive right back. It has been his night. He has absolutely dominated. Has led 187 laps, and he gets it done. Christian Eckes wins at Martinsville and punches his first ticket to the championship 4. Nike and that team, what a season. And there's the bumper right there. Taylor Gray not happy with the contact.
Probably some angry people there, but I was not going to let that lose its race.
Made enemies.
The team trying to protect their driver.
Don't fucking shit something on my back. You race him like I fucking did you. I fucking barely got you off the bottom with tires. You know how many chances I had to shit you the fucking fence? Okay, coming back next year.
We apologize for that language. That's NASCAR. It's all access. The microphones are on. The emotions are running high. He just lost a shot at running for a championship.
And destroyed the back of this 11 car. Throttle stuck. You heard on the radio, stuck throttle for the 11. That is real serious. You wonder if it has something to do with the tire buildup, the tire rubber.
Man, what a huge hit. I looked up, and he was going backwards at a tremendous amount of speed.
And the potential implications of this.
We have to start earlier than that because I can't tell. It sounds like it's out of the gas, but maybe it's stuck just too far into the corner.
Well, what he could have done is clutched it. Right there. He could have just put the clutch in and got the thing where it would slow down.
Yeah, you could tell he's going faster than he wants. He locks up the tires. Denny Hamlin's not going to make that mistake. Let's listen. So, you know, it doesn't sound like it's stuck wide open, but obviously something carried him into the corner with way more speed than he was looking for, Jeff.
And look, that is a remarkable job to back that car on the racetrack.
Yes.
If the throttle's stuck and to back the car in, that is an amazing job of Denny Hamlin recognizing the issue and then making a major adjustment to keep it from just head on into the wall. That is an unbelievable job and a tremendous bad break for this team. This is huge.
Fastest guy on track as we speak in this 45-minute practice period.
This playoffs have just, I mean, you couldn't write the script. You come here, you're fastest, so many wins here. Everything looks like it's going, and now this car is absolutely destroyed. Back up for sure.
Yep.
Won't get to qualify. We'll have to start in the back. Everything will have a poor pit selection. I mean, this is a big avalanche of situation here.
I can't wait to hear what he says about what he did when he knew the throttle was stuck. What did he do? And look, this is call it bad luck, call it whatever. A throttle sticking is not acceptable. Now we don't know what happened, right? We have no idea what happened, but it is very dangerous. Denny Hamlin and this team kind of had their backs against the wall a little bit in this playoffs. They kind of survived through some of the rounds, but at the Roval, I thought Denny stepped up and had one of his best races and then brought some speed to the other races.
And then look at here, right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
Have a listen.
Man, we heard it live. Denny said, I heard throttle stuck on the radio. Let's listen into what he said.
Throttle stuck. Throttle stuck.
It's going to be a backup for sure.
Said twice. So like I said, you could see the frustration, you know. So when we're on board, right, it's not still at high RPM like the throttle's completely stuck wide open, not mechanically coming back. But these drivers are driving to the absolute limit of the grip. So if that throttle is just in a delay, right, Jeff, if you lift and it doesn't follow your foot up, if it's not an instant deceleration and onto the brakes, that's it. That's too many miles an hour into the corner. You could see it with the left front lockup, and then Denny, whatever he does behind the wheel, Jeff, to your point, an absolute fantastic job getting the car spun around instead of hitting with the right side and not going all the way around and hitting with the left side.
Think about the swings in emotion and fortune. A week ago at Homestead Miami Speedway, Jeff, he was this close. He was leading in those closing stages of the race, ultimately finished third and had a chance to lock himself into that championship four, and now the 11 team is on the back foot, being forced to go to a backup car.
Hi, I'm Parker Kligerman. For more access like this from Pit Road, be sure to click and subscribe to the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel.
Very flat racetracks.
So instinctively, you see three-wide battle right here. Riley Herbst in that 98 car getting underneath. Oh, problem with 16.
Yeah, A.J. Allmendinger looked like he had the right front to go down. We saw a lot of smoke. And the caution comes out for the first time. 12 laps in. Cole Custer pushing the 16 up the racetrack and then coming back down into this turn. Allmendinger fighting to get back inside.
very aggressive. Cole had moved AJ out of the way. AJ returned the favor. Contact right there. That's where the right front damage comes. That's where the right front is cut. Gets in the corner. The car doesn't turn. Contact. See, just drives really deep into the corner and just gets in the left rear quarter panel of Myatt. See, coming from the back, being pretty aggressive right there.
Myatt Snyder making his third starts of the
7 car. All over the rear bumper of the 31.
Caution out once again, and this time it's Leland Honeyman in the 42. I wonder if somebody wasn't happy about the way he came down in front of them.
That is not the caution Cole Custer wanted to see.
Honeyman.
Oh. That's tough. The 42 drives in there like they're going to be too wide. Blaine Perkins of the 29 drives in like he's in the middle. I really put that on Blaine. I think barely inside.
This point, riding along with the Toyota onboard of Chandler Smith. He's just a couple rows back here as we get ready for that restart. Great launch for Cole Custer. And up the racetrack, the 31 of Parker Retzlaff into the wall. Caution comes back out. Don't know if he was helped.
Back it down so we can come to the pit road. Back it down. I can't back.
Or if a tire went down, but he went straight into the wall.
No, I think there's some disagreement. A little slow to go.
I mean, the one is just into the back of the 31 trying to push him. The 31's trying to get checked up to keep from wrecking, and then the car behind the one is in the where to make speed but decisions. And big wreck, big spin. Thought there was going to be big contact there in front of those cars, but fortunately everybody got by it.
This is the 50s cars. It's just another disagreement on real estate in the middle of the corner.
So Preston Pardus was behind that 53 of Maggio.
And after stage points were awarded for stage 1 and where the drivers came in, the 8 of Sammy Smith and the 1 of Sam Mayer now know that their fate is a must-win situation. There's no pathway forward for either of those on points. That was Sammy Smith coming in. Sam Mayer's now
contact right there. 00 into the back of the 7.
Well, that's one way to gain the 10 points that he's got the advantage on. You just push him out of the way and send him up the racetrack. Now the 19 of William Sawalich is in the wall.
Rear push back.
Heavy damage.
Shorten the back of that car up considerably.
Looks like he locked the front, maybe locked the left front up a little bit and checked up a little bit more. That's not the left front.
Could that have been some wheel hop there?
I don't think so. It's odd
that
looking.
smoke came out quick.
Very odd looking. Maybe the smoke's off the 5 car of Alfredo. That was very.
I've never come here watching my friend or as crew chief for Justin Allgaier without it being a gut-wrenching situation. I'd just like to come here one time and be locked in as the caution comes out.
So the caution comes out, and I was just getting ready to say I hate to deliver the bad news to the 28 team and around.
Yes, he and Kyle Sieg racing for position. Earning 24th. Car goes around quickly on corner entry. That's why. Contact.
So damage to the back of Preston Pardus.
Here you go. Left front locks up on Sieg's car. Car doesn't turn with the left front not turning. And
Almirola, Custer, green flag back in the air.
Riley Herbst did not get a good start at all.
00 is going to try to work his way between the 7 and the 20.
That opening is there, and now little bumper cars there as the 81 got into the back of the 7. 7 got into the back of 00, and the caution's out.
Did the 7 let the 00 in?
The 92 was around, and that's why the caution is out.
It's an odd look.
There might be a caution or two. to end this race. This time it's Dawson Cram going up the racetrack and brings out the yellow flag.
Just at some point, caution's out.
And Blaine Perkins in the 29 involved. We saw another caution from Josh Williams in the 11.
Wide.
Race for 16th here, and Creed on the inside started that accordion effect.
Remember, Creed trying to come back from a penalty, makes a late move, all but wrecking, getting into the corner, slides up in front of the 29, takes Josh Williams with him. Look at this late move. And then the lockup, saw a little bit of wheel hop. That's a bit over aggressive in my eyes.
Sheldon Creed will be racing for the Haas Factory team in 2025, still in the Xfinity Series.
To give Cole Custer,
there's the bump getting in, out of the way he goes.
That's exactly what at some point he had to do. Now what does Cole Custer do?
Oh, and a caution comes out just as the pass was made. The 9 of Brandon Jones is around.
Now keep in mind, that pass now puts
a lot of damage to Brandon Jones's number 9.
Well, it's not just 2 yellows, but it's 2 for 2 for Sheldon Creed. Just right in the back of the 9. I don't know if they had contact earlier. I don't know exactly what caused it, other than the 18 is way too deep into the corner. In contact with the 9.
And the decision as to who the championship for is about to be decided. And an issue with the 1. There was some contact there on the restart.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming out of the 1. I don't know if that's fluid or just a tire rub, but heavy damage on the 1. The 81 up the racetrack, 00 up the racetrack. Cars wrecking behind.
A lot of smoke behind the 1 of Mayer. We stay green.
That all worked out great for the 7 of Allgaier.
Oh, and around goes the 28 in the back. And so Ryan Sieg is around and brings out the caution. That's 3.
So we got, all right, let's see what happens. The 1, third car on the bottom of Sam Mayer. There's the stack up. Now we're going to go down to turn 1. Look at the left side of your screen. The 00, oh, there you go. The 00 is just going to shove the 81 out of the way, but it hurts the 00 as well.
Well, it hurts the 00, but it takes the 81 out of the position to win the race.
Yeah.
But who it does help is the 8. Watch the 8. He's in the same position also that he has to win this race. Look what happens. He drives all the way to 3rd. So you hurt one guy's chance, but you helped another's.
Yeah, Cole Custer focusing on the 81. May have let the 8 slip by.
That traffic right here. Got to time this out, not to be next to Jeremy Clemens in the corner. Jeremy Clemens moves out of the way. Great move.
1 lap to go, presented by Credit One Bank. Clemens way up the racetrack. He's letting him race for the win. Almirola through 3 and 4 for the final time. And it will be Eric Almirola. He'll win at Martinsville.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
First caution of the day is out, and it involves one of the potential championship 4, Christopher Bell, who sits highest on the points order coming into this race.
He just got in the corner, and the back end of the car came around. He's just loose. Contact with the 51, but not because of anything the 51 does. Watch this. He's just spinning out, and then he collects Corey LaJoie. That is not something we expected. I thought the 20 car would be marching forward, but he has been struggling with his race car.
Christopher Bell is one of them. I was talking to Ross Chastain yesterday, and that Hail Mary, or as it's known now, Hail Melon, and around goes the 21 of Harrison Burton.
All right, keep going here, keep going.
Had his best qualifying yesterday. The race started positively, lost quite a few positions, though, on the first round of stops.
He was right behind him. The 23 to his inside. Harrison comes down to block the bottom.
Hocevar, is it? Yeah, it is.
And Hocevar
just runs into the back of the 21. Either can't get slowed down or chooses not to, but either way, the 21 gets spun off the front of the 77. I like the move by Harrison to fill that gap. I think that's where you need to be. And the 77 just goes in and shoves the 21 out of the way.
This is the lap prior.
See a little bit of wall contact. There's contact between the 21 and the 38.
Yeah, it's been wild back there. We see it every week. I mean, it's hand-to-hand combat.
And this right here, we see these dives to the bottom, and I've seen much more egregious than that. You know, a dive left to fill a hole. The 77 wasn't having any part of it, though. Sent the 21 around, and remember, we still got 300 racetrack. The cars have shifted. The track balance has shifted. The next big step is this sun is going to start to set. Daylight savings is upon us, right? This race is going to finish basically in the dark, as now we have a caution. Oh, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. is going to try to get going.
Down in turn 4.
He will lose a lap, I think, to the 24. We'll see how NASCAR scores this. He might let the 24 back by.
Going backwards.
Well, we talk about the battle in the back of the pack, and you can see behind Truex there was a 31 car. And somebody, I can't really tell who it is behind him, but contact.
Looked to me like John Hunter and the 31 were pushing and shoving each other, and at the front of the line was the 19. It's hard, hard to say with a small snapshot. We don't know what happened in the corner or the lap before, but the result we can see clear. Have to run 128 laps on that last set of tires. There you go. Bingo.
Oh, Carson Hocevar.
Well, I have a list of guys that probably had him on his list, so we'll see if one of them got him. Big break for Elliott with 46 laps on his tires.
Let's see what happened to the Spire Motorsports driver.
Alex Bowman.
Yep.
It's kind of the tail end of it. Not sure if those two were close on track for a long time or not.
And in all of this,
for that final, getting to this final lap, there's half a mile to go for Ryan Blaney. The reigning NASCAR Cup Series champion is going to have an opportunity to defend. Last week at these two corners, 3 and 4, he lost the lead and lost the chance. He lost sleep over it. Ryan Blaney's not losing anything here in Martinsville. He wins and is going to Phoenix. That was a determined, savvy drive. And look at that, right at the end, Christopher Bell drives his way in as well. Right at the very end. Look at Adam Stevens.
I think the 20 past the 23 coming in the line for the 1 point that he needed.
This is it. Watch this, the 23 and the 20. He went for it, almost lost control, hits the wall, drives off the wall, sort of Ross Chastain-esque.
Gonna be a lot of conversation in the NASCAR tower about the entire finish of this race.
Lead lap right now, and the caution's out. First caution of the night.
right in front of our leaders.
Heim nearly taken out. It's Frankie Muniz in the 27.
That got my... Oh. McGee didn't know the one truck was up under him. Or excuse me, Muniz. And did you see that by Corey Heim? Wow, by the narrowest of margins.
That radio had to be something for Corey, trying to dodge the slower vehicle.
He thought about going low and decided at the last second he better go high.
It looked even worse when we look back.
What we need to do, if we're not good enough this run, what we need to do is this next pit stop is our last one. Chances are it won't be, but I think we got a plan on it.
Second caution of the night, trouble for the 91 of Jack Wood.
Hard contact with the outside safer barrier for Jack.
They're scored in the 27th position. Jack competed earlier.
Catch what happens here down on the bottom of the racetrack.
It's on the inside of 3 wide. That's Bailey Curry in the middle of 41.
Oh, nice job by Daniel Dye avoiding that 91 spinning truck.
See Bailey Curry
probably
down off the racetrack as well.
Bailey went a bit lower than Jack was anticipating, and when you miss you're not sure what someone's going to do, you're already committed. I think it just took him by surprise. So fast on the short run.
Sanchez is inside, right behind him. Second in the championship chase right now, Christian Eckes.
Look at Corey Heim. Way down low.
Sanchez trying to jump out to the race lead.
How about Majeski going to fight back on the outside off of turn 2.
Whoa, into the wall.
Connor Mozak into the wall.
And there it goes around Tyler Ankrum.
Ankrum in the 18, William Sawalich out of shape. And this can happen a lot at this racetrack. Contact on restarts.
27 to Frankie Muniz. A lot of, see if we can tell why. I think Mozak just ran out of room trying to go on the high side of Eckes, battling up in the top 5.
Yeah, I think Stefan just caught a piece of the 18 of Tyler Ankrum.
Look at Matt Crafton, the veteran, the crafty veteran slipping through that mess. There you see how Mozak just ran out of racetrack.
Pretty hard hit for Sawalich here. Boom, into the inside wall.
I think that's why Stefan moved down the racetrack to give Sawalich room and again just clip the 18 of Ankrum.
The truck under him that he's looking for.
Look at Heim. Elbows up for driver 11.
Oh,
and there
66
goes
is going around.
Now things could get interesting.
That caution is exactly what Corey Heim needed. We heard Zippy talk about maybe a couple caution flags, the bunch to pack back up.
It feels longer because it's been like 20 minutes.
It's been an hour or 5 green flag laps.
Oh, Connor Jones just
with his teammate battling with Jake Garcia's teammate.
Like we saw earlier, just couldn't make the corner considering that Garcia went lower. Wasn't prepared for that, but great job of swinging around the outside of that Ben Rhodes.
It was
early.
33 to go.
Here goes Corey Heim.
Heim from 8th up to 4th on the restart.
Oh, trouble.
Working that low lane. There goes Lane Riggs. Caution number 5.
Nathan Bird in the 0-2.
Make it caution 6. 6th yellow flag of the night here at Phoenix.
Guys, you look at our ticker, left side of the screen, Corey Heim, 8th to 3rd.
See if we can see what happened to the 38. Taylor Gray with a lot of pressure up the middle.
Look at Corey Heim, that red truck on the inside. Is there going to be contact here?
Oh, he just slid up into the side of Sanchez.
He needed a little bit more room.
We've seen that 2 or 3 times tonight. It's just hard to tuck that thing down on the low side when you don't have the arrow pushing down on your truck like you're used to.
It's fun to watch Corey Heim there, though, go from 8th to 3rd.
Whoa. Nice job around the top there. Couldn't see who that was.
There's another look at it.
Tanner Gray in the 15. Look at that. He just barely slips by. This ought to be fun. Corey Heim going to work.
Watch him drive by Daniel Dye down way off the racetrack.
And here it is. 1 to go for Ty Majeski.
I love how you set up what he's accomplished, Adam, in this sport, how hard he's worked for this opportunity, and how deserving of a champion Ty Majeski is going to be.
Off of turn 2 with a huge advantage. What a night for Ty Majeski. He dominates in Phoenix. Ty Majeski is your 2024 Craftsman Truck Series champion.
We got an issue. It looks like maybe is that Brandon Jones? Not the 7. I think the yellow.
Oh, Allgaier has had.
Allgaier too?
I'm killed. If somebody.
Oh boy, Brandon Jones.
Oh, man. So on the radio, they said that somebody blew up. Like maybe there was oil on the racetrack, but we have Almirola, who's in the Owners' Championship, junked.
It is destroyed.
The 9 of Jones. The 7, I think, has damage as well. We're going to have to get a look at
20's
this.
got damage.
No, the 20's destroyed.
Are we talking about all the positives of practice? Well, this is the negative. This is anytime you're on a racetrack, anything can happen. You can see oil on the racetrack right there, or some type of fluid.
Yeah, that's all fluid right there that they obviously went down into. And
oh, yeah, the right side of the
Sorry,
7.
guys. So sorry.
That's heavy damage on both the right front and the right rear wheel, so potential big suspension damage here.
Somebody just blew up and
I think
crashed us all.
did the 7 blow up? I mean, it looked like it was smoke. I couldn't tell if it was tire smoke. From that view, I can't really tell what it was.
On that view, you can see, I don't know if that's a left front line,
there's a
but
car.
The 48 of Parker Kligerman is slow.
There you go. Because there's cars in front of the 7 that get into the wall also. So someone lays the oil down. Who is it? Oh, right here. I can't tell. I can't tell, but you can look at the fluid, right?
Oh, look at this. Just.
No, they just didn't know it was going to be that way.
So the smoke I saw from the back of the 7 was it was actual tire smoke. You had the left front locked up.
So the reason you're seeing that anger out of Allgaier, and you just saw the little connection there between him and Jim Pullman. 3 weeks ago, Jim Pullman told Allgaier, "We will win Phoenix." He had already started working on the car. He had already figured out what he needed to do. He was confident that he had that car ready to win this race this weekend. And now that car could be destroyed to the point where they'll have to go to a backup. We'll see.
Well, and Eric Almirola the same way. He's battling for the Owners' Championship. His car looked even worse than this car.
See, this is where Jim Pullman is good. He's going to get back with Allgaier. Let's watch again. This is.
Oh, you see all the liquid on the camera. So lucky. That right there was the 19 we were on board with.
Yes, Wallace. This is running along with Allgaier.
Look behind. You can see the shiny. See the shiny on the racetrack?
Well, look at Brandon Jones. Here comes Almirola. Look.
And all the plans that you made as a team, they're gone.
So this is the car that blew up, the 44 of Brendan Poole. You see the fluid going down on the racetrack. And Brendan obviously is not, he's not doing anything wrong. He's down on the apron now. He's trying to get out of the way. And then the other cars come on at speed.
Justin Allgaier, 14th season, trying to win his first championship. Coming into this weekend, felt really good about their opportunity. So now the decision, do you need a backup or not?
Justin Allgaier, who was involved as well. Justin, it had to be agonizing as you went into turn 3 and knew you had no grip.
Yeah, I mean, it's just frustrating, especially when you get to a format like we have right now where it's a single race playoff for the championship, and not really much we can do right now. Obviously, this practice session, there's still 30 minutes left, but we crashed, 15 minutes in at the most. So as the board shows, I mean, our car was really, really fast. Really, really proud of everybody at Junior Motorsports. Jim Pullman in the 7 team. Our brand fresh start, Coach Camaro was really good, and it's arguably the best car I've ever had at this racetrack. So this one's gonna hurt, but we worked really hard on our backup car this week just because of this scenario, and I know that the race shop has done an amazing job of preparing race cars. So we're going to go fix a backup car and go be ready for the races this coming tomorrow, I guess, and go after it.
Your good friend and crew chief gave you a bear hug. I know that helps a little. How do you mentally get back into this?
Just motivation, man. This was the same spot as last spring that I was in the wall, so it's pretty disappointing. But the peaks don't come without the valleys, and I know what kind of a race team we have, and I know everybody back at Junior Motorsports is standing behind us, and I think the frustrating part is just. I don't know what happened. I mean, obviously, I know an engine expired, but just wrong spot to have an engine expire, I guess, or I don't even know if they got off the racetrack, at that point where we all started crashing, but I don't know. We'll see.
Hi, I'm Parker Kligerman. For more access like this from Pit Road, be sure to click and subscribe to the Motorsports on NBC YouTube channel.
will be a Haas factory team. But as of right now, we've got an issue with the 45. The back completely off of that of Stephen Parsons. And the 14 also involved. So now Greg Van Alst has stopped up against the wall, and the caution has come out. All right, Steve, with 29 laps to go, you mentioned earlier that extra set of tires. Any need to use those now?
No, I think at this point, you know, you run the first two stages very straightforward. Just stay on the race. 5 looks a little free coming up.
The 5 into the wall.
5 gets into the wall. And then contact with Stefan down on the flat. I don't know if he thought the 45 ran him into the wall. It was hard to tell from that angle. But definitely an odd spot to see contact.
Yeah, and certainly. And then behind.
Yeah, Greg Van Alst in the 14 there. Not sure how that happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Yeah, so that right there, I think NASCAR is going to take a look at. You know, certainly contact the 45 into the side of the 5 in the wall, and then, you know, coming down the racetrack to get in the right rear quarter panel of Stefan. The championship in a late race restart, you cannot give him the top.
Again, only 14 laps remaining. Stage 2 as Chandler Smith in the 81 slides. And will the caution come out?
Get a spun around, get going.
It does.
Caution.
Running 7th. So another restart coming up.
Yeah, I think you see the 18 of Sheldon Creed. He's just expecting the 81 to go lower on the apron. We've seen on restarts, drivers will drive, 2 or 3 car widths down on the apron, and that was just, those two drivers just didn't have it worked out, and Sheldon Creed just turns left, not expecting Chandler Smith to be there.
Right along with Austin Hill.
That's the best way to pass, guys.
So, I mean, Sheldon Creed came down on the 81. All right, take a look at this, though. Anthony Alfredo, a big hit for the 5.
Yeah, this is a big hit. Looks like the right front goes down, and that is a big impact. Look at it from this angle. Oh, that is hard hit. It narrowed that car up. And that is exactly what this team needed. We said it wasn't over.
The championship 4, but here comes the 0-0 again. Cole Custer with a little run. Under 3 laps to go. Cautions come out. The 42 is around, and Leland Honeyman brings out caution number 6. A restart could determine the champion in 2024.
Well, with 45 laps on the tires, I'm not sure.
Reason for this caution, Leland Honeyman Jr. in the 42. There you see him sideways. And not able to continue rolling, and so the caution came out.
20 car, he's racing for a championship for his car owner. A lot for him to go get here.
It's overtime, presented by Credit One Bank. Green flag back in the air. A big run for the 7. He tried to go high. Now looking low. They're both trying to get by that 21 as they dive into turn 1. Here comes the 7 to the inside. Allgaier is going to pass both of them.
Custer tried to get to the outside of the 21. It simply did not work.
And the 31 is around. That will probably bring a caution out. Does it get out? Yes, it does before they get to the white flag. So it will be another overtime.
But a great restart by Allgaier, and that's going to separate.
He might be 5-6 positions behind that 7 of Allgaier.
Exactly, and this is the reason for the caution. You can see 3-4 wide getting into turn 1. Eventually, it's not going to work out for somebody.
Yeah, it was Parker Retzlaff that ended up around.
Big hit.
Yeah, hard into the wall. The nose in front for Allgaier. Contact made. Here comes the 21 on the inside. The 21 up the racetrack. Again, contact made. Allgaier out in front. Riley Herbst running second.
Take the right now.
You can hear it in his voice. Eddie DeHaan, the spotter for the 7. get to that white flag. The next flag that comes out will determine the race. Allgaier was out front in the spring race here, but a problem sent him into the wall. Here comes the 98 of Riley Herbst. He'll be fighting for the win.
Right with you, though, trying to get left side.
For the final time down the backstretch, here comes Riley Herbst racing for the win. But it will be the most decorated driver in the field. Justin Allgaier is a NASCAR Xfinity Series champion.
Austin Cindric can't push his way through the middle there as well. Logano. Elliott dove down low in that familiar blue and yellow Napa machine. Somebody's in the wall.
The 54 of Ty Gibbs. He had an issue in the middle of 3 and 4. I couldn't tell what it was. Then it looked like a mechanical issue that continued down the front straightaway. Then in the middle of the dogleg, a hard right turn. Heavy damage to the 54.
That was a massive impact.
So it starts right here. This is in the middle of 3 and 4. They're 3 and almost 4 wide. The 54 is up. You see him slipping and sliding. I don't know if he has a tire down or breaks a toe link, but then right there, the car gets sideways. He corrects and gets into the wall. Ty Gibbs is a very, very talented race car driver. I find this shocking to think there's not a mechanical issue. There's no way at that point in the racetrack that is purely driver error. Something had to be wrong with the 54.
You see the flex of the safer barrier? Oh boy, that was a hard hit.
Man. Fortunately, at the last second, he was able to get the car turned to the left a little bit. Watch this. As the car turns to the right, it looks like it's heading at that really, really bad angle, but he's able to get it turned left to get more of a side impact. That is a massive hit.
Massive hit. Scary for the drivers behind. Wow.
It's the end of his beginning, and that was a very stable Joey Logano and not face. What happened here with the pace car? It has hit the barrels on pit entry.
So the pace car turning in late.
Oh, my goodness.
Was there a contact with the 9?
Oh, my goodness.
What has happened?
They're going to have to fix the end of these barrels. The barrels at the end of the wall, those are there for safety in case the car were to impact the end of the wall.
Yeah, he was not going to make it.
William Byron has new tires, and he's going to have fresher tires this entire run. So he was 2.7 back before these guys pitted. And he pits a lap too early, or maybe perfect, because now he has fresh tires. The 71 in the wall. Well, that looks like a right rear flat.
Zane Smith for Spire Motorsports.
Get your breath. Get your breath. Get your wind in it down to Kansas. Coming to you.
Big hit for the 70.
Zane out of the car. Here's how it transpired.
Oh, early, like he has a problem or a flat tire.
I think, there's some sort of problem, right? I mean, the thing went around so early and so fast.
Oh, man, that's a big hit.
This is only the second caution today under race conditions. The stage breaks for the other two. And both cautions, fellas, that we've seen have been huge hits.
Yeah.
Ty Gibbs and Zane Smith.
Absolutely.
He had pitted about 15 laps before the...
Joey, J.J. Yaley stays out of the way. It's going to come down to 1 mile, 1 lap.
Very best lap here.
2 teammates. Who'll dig up? Logano or Blaney? 1 to go, presented by Credit One Bank. This has been an extraordinary season of motor racing. The NASCAR Cup Series is alive and well, and it's given us thriller after thriller after thriller. This is Blaney's final shot at it. He goes up high. There's traffic low. Joey Logano steps into history. He's a 3-time Cup Series champion.